Go7, 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 Go7. Go7, king of the game. I believe in you, that's what it'll say. Nice and kind, bleeding cobalt ice. He's a blue, cute, and deadly little guy. Seeing through the fog, old gods he's slayed. Go7, 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 Go7. Go7, king of the game. I believe in you, that's what it'll say. Nice and kind, bleeding cobalt ice. He's a blue, cute, and deadly little guy. Seeing through the fog, old gods he's slayed. Go7, 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 Go7. Go7, king of the game. I believe in you, that's what it'll say. Nice and kind, bleeding cobalt ice. He's a blue, cute, and deadly little guy. Seeing through the fog, old gods he's slayed. Go7, 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 Go7.
Sounds good.
Oh. Hey everybody, Go7 here, and I have a guest commentator. There's not many people here yet, but I have a guest commentator, Christian One, to cover his game here.
No,
Which will be the first one.
Okay, there we go.
Now you guys have music. Good afternoon, Big Brady. Good afternoon. Oh, I hadn't even changed these guys into the penguins and the yellow comet yet. No. We have an earlier stream so that Christian One can participate. I'll let people show up though, no worries. Hey me. It's true. Join your own. Oh, I can join in. Double the audio. Oh, I paused it. Oh, I just noticed that the heart is gone from my Streamlabs chat. That was blocked.
Oh yeah.
You guys still have it though on YouTube.
I cannot see it.
No, I mean in
no, I can
the actual
see
YouTube
in the
chat,
but not in the overlay. No.
Yeah, mine doesn't have it anymore, which is good because it was just in the way.
I can spam the shit out. Oh boy, this.
Habits, are you familiar with this map? Because I hadn't seen it before. Got quite the opening. That's a lot of pre-deployed units.
Some people were watching, but I'm not sure. I don't remember who that all was.
Infantries are banned?
Yeah,
I did not know that.
That's the main gimmick of this map.
So the infantry you start with are the infantry you got.
Yeah. So that they become incredibly valuable.
I imagine so.
Mm.
This is high funds. Infantry are banned. Is it just normal high funds? Oh, wait, is this... 1, 2, 3, 4... Oh, this isn't even high funds. Oh, yeah, wait. Oh, no, I'm just counting the wrong buildings. This is 1, 2, 3 buildings for Christian. Gotcha.
Yeah, it was high funds, yeah.
Walker orchestrated the madness. You insta-lose if you lose your infantry? It'll definitely hurt. You do have mechs.
You
can
don't
capture stuff.
lose, but you're at the slight disadvantage, I would say.
You do also start with a transport copter, which is nice.
Yeah.
So I feel like just looking at this map, I would probably go and capture the other airport really fast, but maybe not. I mean,
I believe. Well, we'll see it, but I believe both of us instantly did. Actually, wait.
the reason I would do it is because I want to. Once I have a lot of money, I'm going to be producing a lot from this airport. So once that's going, I'll just never have the time to block it to capture the other one.
Oh boy. Oh no. Oh, Lou did like, oh, mechs are not banned. Oh, I hope not. That would be horrible.
Yeah, mechs are not banned. Just infantry.
Both mechs and infantry being banned. No. Then you're losing the infantry. You come like with losing condition. Oh.
For sure.
Yeah.
They start you with so much stuff here. Mechs, 3 infantry, and a teacup. I feel like you can, with that much stuff, you just can't have a turn advantage completely dealt with, but that's okay. Okay, I'll wait 4 more minutes and then we'll hop into it. I know this is an earlier stream. That's why we got the recording. So how much prep did you have for this game, Christian?
Prep. I'm not sure if I didn't really did like a practice round or something. EU friendly stream, yeah. Well, I kind of looked into the map of like, hey, what do I want to use? And I went with Sami because mechs, hers gonna be absolutely destructive.
Yeah.
I do have to say, also during this match, I would say Adder is just maybe the slightly better pick because of the various issues with Sami. But I was able to do some Sami things that only Sami does.
Yeah. I was surprised with the Sami pick because Sami is much worse in high funds. And
yeah.
Adder already gets to be able to move his mechs around quite quickly with his own powers, as well as all the vehicles that end up getting built. But I do notice that these labs are very exposed. Although this one isn't so exposed, but this one's very exposed. So the victory march to win the game that way does seem like it would be a possibility.
It's tricky, but you have to I was trying that, but it's indeed very tricky because you put it in range of the base, I believe, the shortest, or you need to use an infantry.
Yeah, it's true. The mechs only get to 4 move with victory march, unlike the infantry's 5 of precious resource. You do start with comm tower, an uncapturable comm tower, will make Sami really sad.
Yeah. Basically, the main reason why I believe Sami just... I'm not sure if I want to tell so much about it, but how much more is like you see it throughout the map. I quickly found out like, anti-air are really good at dealing with mechs. With like the one comm tower, and I believe not with the second, they're able to one-shot things on planes.
Yeah.
And what was that again? It's a bit of like, that 10% that Sami gets reduced is very critical because it just drops it below.
Yeah.
And especially with the opponent's power active, it just drops it even on planes. It cannot one-shot. And I think that was quite crucial on this map.
That is something that Sami will run into quite a bit, is missing out on those anti-air one-shots and medium tank one-shots. Although the anti-air is the only one I will one-shot the mix.
Yeah, you will see that. I would say you'll see that struggle back in this match.
Tried making a Black Bomb viable high funds map? That sounds awful. Good luck. Okay. We can hop on into it. For people who have just arrived, I have a guest commentator here. Christian1 from the game. Say hello.
I'm actually kind of curious if the Bubs is actually here, because I did ask if he is fine with me showing it, and he said he was a fan of you.
Hey!
So I'm curious if he's actually here.
Maybe. I don't see any messages in chat from the Bubs, but if nothing else, I'm sure the Bubs would check it out after post stream. So was this just a regular tier 4 match then?
It was.
Well, high funds on Quack Cup, but the CO picks.
I don't remember what's the. Again, let me see. I'm not sure if I can find that back easily, but I do think it was. Yeah, I think it was tier 4. Yeah. If I have to.
Adder is definitely considered one of the best out of tier 4 for high funds. So that would make sense.
The bigger question was Sami then? Sami, I believe in high funds is also tier 4. Maybe?
That's right. Yeah, she's kind of like the bottom-ish of tier 4. It's somewhat similar to how she is in Fog. It's just standard where Sami reigns supreme.
Yeah, in Fog is also very difficult, of course, always to get that victory march. Although it has, I would say it has a bit of an upside and downside, because you're able to sneak, but yeah, you're not gonna be able to know very easily if your opponent's properties are empty or not.
Yeah, and then both high funds and Fog of War, there's less infantry versus infantry combat. There's
and high funds, but like, yeah, you
more
want to
vehicles.
produce expensive stuff.
Reigning supreme.
Although something I also did notice is that usually you have to only have like 3k left for all your infantry needs, but this one you easily have like 9 to 12k you need to have available.
Because you can't build
next,
infantry.
Those are 3k each, which is interesting with like high funds.
Yeah. So yeah, and in this is the Quack Cup final map, and the gimmick is that infantry are banned. So each player started with 3 infantry, precious infantry, and they can build mechs, but they can't build other infantry.
No.
So that does make it so you don't have those infantry filler buys. You have to have mech filler buys. As Christian just said, that makes it a steeper cost to everything.
Does that? I'm not sure if it really balances out the high funds. I think slightly. You're not able to turn out Neo tanks when you have 25k.
Yeah. It changes things up.
You're not gonna have 25k in double funds. Never mind. That's gonna be.
So we'll hop into this. We have Christian playing as Sami. I've changed them into Cobalt Ice as the Penguins, and then we have the Bubs playing as Adder in the Yellow Comet. And this is a mixed base, high funds infantry band final to the tournament. So of course we'll go after all these nice neutral bases, and then we have the early decision here with what to do with the transport copter. I was saying that dropping off down here and getting this airport now would probably be the thing I would do while the funds are low enough that I'm not going to be building out of this airport yet. But you could also go for more forward captures.
I'm not. You might be able to delay it a bit, but the awkward thing is that you have to then block your airport to get the other one.
Yeah, exactly. The forward captures I could see also going for, because the opponent's going to have nothing but mechs for the most part, so it's much harder for them to just come over and capture cities. But harassing cities is going to be just as easy, so getting them early could be good. We'll see. Okay, yeah, so Christian does go back here. And was that with the idea of the airport can't really be used yet, so you might as well.
Yeah.
Go for it. And the Bubs does the exact same thing. Nothing but mech buys. Surprise, surprise. Okay, T-Copter ready to pick up this infantry. Or not infantry, mech. So did you like move planner out and opening?
I believe I don't usually at the start do it intensely, but when things go further into the map, I do.
Oh, okay.
You are going to probably hate 2 turns, because I have this thing where I move the transport and then the unit, the mech it's transporting, and that doesn't work well when you're actually on the map itself. So you're gonna see that in a bit.
Okay.
The 2 turns you're gonna not like because of that.
Okay. That's an interesting drop-off point. So, I don't know if this is what you were meaning. So, it looks like the mech is being set up to go for the city that this transport copter is currently on. And usually, if that's your goal, then what you do is you drop off, you like move the minimum distance for the transport copter as possible, and then drop off the mech. So like moving here and dropping off on the river.
I believe I wanted the transport copter to go to the right.
Probably. Yeah, if you want it to go over to the right, then this is the right way to do it. Yeah. You can just build a new one, yeah.
Then I just wanted to get this max amount of distance out of it. And capture-wise, it doesn't really make a difference, if you think of it that way.
So the Bubs is looks like not going to be transporting the copter over to the left. Maybe. This copter did hang around over here. Although it didn't move a full 6. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Okay, it did move a full 6, so maybe it's a little weird to drop off back here. So this is another situation where usually I wouldn't want to move the transport copter that full 6 because it will end up running out of fuel. When you could like move it to here instead. Or I actually have to move it to here. Drop off into the forest, and then the mech can use its full movement to get to the city. Just save a little bit of fuel on the poor transport copter. And a transport copter out of here. Lots and lots of mechs, as to be expected. So, how did your idea for how to harass kind of change when there's nothing but mechs? Were you still thinking that you would just use tanks, or are you going to go like straight to neo tanks?
I believe I did scrap tanks quite quickly, because if you especially have a ball of like a chain of them, you can attack one, but then the one next to behind it can strike or even kill your tank. So that doesn't really work out as well.
Yeah, they can defend themselves.
Yeah.
Especially the Sami ones. You do fly on over here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Forced to stand next to the base because the 2 tiles away is occupied by the mech.
I mean, funny thing about Sami, it was talking about, hey, it can do things that others can't. Like if it had 5, I believe 6 moves, it would be to the left of that 2 tiles to the left, and wouldn't be able to capture.
That's very true. You wouldn't be able to pick up the mech.
Yeah, it would need another turn. Just scraping the bit of like support for why I chose Sami.
I mean, if you've got a ton of mechs, it makes sense to go Sami. then you'll have to be spending a lot of money on transports and mechs. It's interesting because, yeah, usually in high funds, you're like, if you build nothing but infantry from your bases, you'll have a lot of leftover cash. But because you're building mechs, even just building your cheapest unit from all 5 bases is 15k. Is draining you by quite a bit. Okay. So many mechs. It comes back to pick up this guy. You guys have a different plan with these transport copters so far. I like your I guess choice here to drop off the infantry here. I don't know if that was a 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Oh, that was another Sami thing. So you can drop it off here to go for the city capture and then be able to pick up from the base immediately. And that's something that the Bubs did not have the option to do. So, you know, the Sami pick is definitely getting some nice merit.
Yeah.
Get a boost. Oh, look at that. It looks so fancy. Ready to pick up another one? This guy's going for that capture. The boost lets this guy go for this capture. Did you have plans of dive bombing the Bubs' infantry with something?
I do recall I killed his infantry at some point, yes.
I did see some recons just got built, so that might be why.
Yeah. Oh yeah, I believe you missed it, but this is the first turn where I accidentally messed up with like putting mech into the transport. I think you missed it, but
really?
Yeah.
It looked. Oh, is it down here? Oh.
No,
Oh
no. No, look to the left.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, there went.
Yep.
Sorry, Meg, you arrived too late at the airport. The plane is left.
Now you're forced to walk. It's such a long walk.
Yes, it's so awkward.
It was
really
you had a really good transport play on the right side though. You know, it makes up for it.
It really bites me in the butt later.
Well, yeah, it's gonna cost you a lot of money.
Yeah. Nah, I would say a lot of like momentum in that area, because what could happen if I did have that mech there and put it in the tile above it? It could go for the comm tower, for the city, or the other city.
Yeah.
Right away. Now it needs like 5 turns, maybe, from the bases above it.
Well, you could have built another transport copter.
Yeah, fair.
I guess the problem with going the battle copter is that it kind of forces the Bubs to build an anti-air, and you don't really want the Bubs to build an anti-air. So instead, I probably would have gone transport copter because you're gonna have so many mechs to move around.
Yeah.
Even double transport copter, if you went like didn't build a recon here and just built another mech, and then you get double transport copter. Although the Bubs is insisting that you build anti-air, I see.
Yeah.
But this cost Bubs 2 base skips. Ouch! Oh, that's so painful.
I don't know. I saw this and I don't know why.
Your T-copter's so close to being able to just stop the base. That's very painful. Well, if I was playing this and I saw my opponent miss the do like a double base skip in a mixed base scenario, it's like attack there immediately with everything. Like put on the pressure. Well, I like the boost. Where is this guy going? I guess he's gonna go. Oh, he's gonna go attack here. That makes sense. We have our first harassment. Recon comes in, smacks a mech. I'd say that's worth it because that does I mean, it delays this capture by 2 turns already, so that's already paying for itself.
It's 2k a city as well, yeah.
And here we go. The anti-airs have begun. Classic triple anti-air double mech buy.
Who was mentioning that the anti-air meta was active? Like, I really felt I was doing that during this match.
Yeah, in the Discord. Yeah, the one thing I would say is way more T-copters I would have liked to have seen. Okay. You see how slow, when there's no transports for these mechs, how slow it is for them to progress from the bases to the...
I mean, I'm lucky I don't get punished for it because my opponent doesn't do the same. He just goes with battlecopter.
Got tank over here. The mech. Your recon even survives. Of course, it's just the other mech wasn't able to reach. More battlecopters. Oh my goodness. I mean, they're certainly going to be very good at harassing the mechs, but they're gonna have a hard time because these are Sami mechs. So even if a battlecopter hits one, you get to complete your capture, and then the anti-air comes in. Gets revenge. Anti-air plus mech's a pretty good combination. It takes heavy vehicles to like cost effectively trade against them. Ooh, now you are also joining in with double battlecopter shenanigans. Oof. Oh, this hurts the bubs. Infantry gets cleaned out.
Yeah, that's the first infantry kill. There we go.
Anti-air finds a pick off as well, and another recon. Yeah, you don't really have to react that much to this tank, because, I mean, you already have so many mechs.
Yeah, if the tanks goes in, I can do a lot of damage. I mean, yeah. You can be careful about it. But yeah, you have to be careful. Building 10. You might... They have, of course, farther, like, move distance than mechs, but... Like I said, you need to kind of work well around the mech walls.
Yeah. Get a lot of use out of your transports.
Yeah, but this is why I figured like adders may be a bit better, because of course it doesn't have that -10, which anti-air really needs. Yes. And the ability works for every unit.
Yeah.
And what you want to do in this match, I believe, is really kill a mech and kill the mech behind it.
Yeah. You can't. Well, that's something that's very annoying about mechs, is that they chain so well. So if you're like, look down here, you've got these 4 mechs, and you never really want your vehicle to get hit by a mech. So if you come in with your vehicles and kill this mech, it's now vulnerable to this mech, and you have to come in and kill this one off, and then the same setup happens with this mech, and you have to like gobble up the whole chain if you don't want to get bopped by mechs.
And I'd say either does that just way better than Sami, because of like you're gonna be relying on tanks or anti-air at some point.
Yeah. Well, the Sami mechs will pack a serious punch.
That is true.
So like looking at this situation over here, I would think you would go mech plus recon, kill this mech, anti-air kills this mech, attacking from the city. Is what I would imagine is about to happen, but we'll see.
First do all the city captures, and we'll see if we're going to forget those.
Hey, it's exactly what happened. Wipe them out.
Murder.
Murder. And you had the choice here. You could have put the mech here to make sure the anti-air can't be hit by this tank. I guess you do have a backup anti-air, so you're not too worried about it. This is where, so like anti-airs will one-shot these mechs, but an anti-air doesn't trade. It's like not a great trade for anti-air for mech. So as long as there's this chain that the Bubs has, Christian's kind of in an awkward spot to try and save this, to like attack into this with an anti-air.
Definitely, yeah.
I like the repair of your recon. Is there a point to building tanks? So tanks in this kind of matchup, they're fine if they get the first shot on a lone mech. And of course they can try and harass anti-airs, but I wouldn't want to go heavy in tanks because if the mechs start grouping up, they can thwart stuff pretty effectively. But this is also high funds. So going for bulkier tanks will always be an option. Although we haven't seen any of that yet, which I've been kind of surprised by. These are both Sami privileges here. If Christian wants to, can just finish these captures.
You casually get like 4k income.
Yeah. Ooh.
Yeah, I wasn't proud I didn't see that.
Anti-air comes in.
I missed that.
Oof. Then that's where the tank can get the value if it gets the first strike on the mech. This does cost a battlecopter. But that was a pretty good attack from the Bubs. Lots of battlecopter production. Got some vehicles being built to defend over here. And if
he just kept on spamming battlecopters, we just kind of gave my anti-air more value.
Yeah. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Oh, this is really unfortunate. This one's in range. So if this anti-air kills here, this one actually it doesn't even have to. This can just walk this way. So one of the things you can do is like Sami can always finish these captures due to just having an increased capture rate. But if you have like enough stuff around, you're like, sure, you finish your capture, but I clear the city and then just take the city back. It's something that a lot of people can kind of use as a way to stop Sami from getting a little too far ahead in terms of captures. We do have the double anti-air smack, which gives a lot of charge to the Bubs.
Yeah, it went flying, that power meter. I would say, does power also charge a bit quicker because like you have 3k mix?
A little. Oh, it charges. Well, it charged really fast here because the copters died. You get 100% of the damage you take.
Yeah, 9k
in charge.
I believe like basic power charge is 9k is 1 bar.
That's correct.
1 star, however you want to look at it.
Yeah. It's 9k per bar, and that goes up by 20% of 9k every time you use a power.
Yeah.
Smack. Oh. This is something that... Now, normally if you have plus 20% firepower, the anti-air will one-shot guaranteed.
Yeah, that Sami doesn't. That yeah, it's unfortunate.
But yeah. Exactly like Christian just said, because Sami has minus 10% firepower on all of her vehicles, her direct vehicles. They miss out on those damage thresholds. There's a large grouping of foot soldiers down here.
I'm forming a mega blob. A giant.
A giant mech blub. It's very threatening for this base. It's almost in range of getting victory marched. I see you found a safe spot from any anti-air strikes.
Yeah.
There's no coast nearby, but the copter with the super can get you.
Yeah, I did see that the battlecopter could hit mine, so I was praying that he didn't use the super.
Dream in the dream. I mean, he might not. I would definitely use the super in Bub's situation. It unlocks like this mech strike over here. It unlocks a copter strike. It brings a lot of these mechs into combat.
Mm-hmm.
Just the normal power, though. Oh my gosh.
Yeah.
I didn't even look to see what just the normal power gives. It's like it's one move short of getting in there. One short. Oh man, I don't know. I think the super would have been ready to go there. I guess the tank gets a smack there. All right. Copter's bullying anti-airs. You love to see it. Okay, so this is a case of a capture being not quite worth it for Sami. Just because you lose the unit and then you lose the capture. Following.
Yeah, and then you have to kind of ask yourself, is that one infantry worth the, what, 2k?
Yeah.
In this case, 4k.
It's always tough when playing Sami. Wow. Okay, that's a brave recon.
Just diving into the... Oh my god.
Zoom. You're definitely running out of anti-airs over here now. Okay, well, I imagine you don't even use a power here. Because if I was in your shoes, I would be thinking, I just need to get a little bit closer, and then I can Victory March take this base with this gigantic army of mechs. Oh, okay, we do go into double time, though.
Oh, there's a bit of delay in the stream. Oh, okay.
Did it delay more?
There's a bit
it's
of
not
delay,
instant.
yeah. When you
It
said
should only be like a second or something.
Yeah.
It's as short as it can be.
Mm-hmm. I just really want that extra 10% so I could counter out that, hey, I can still kill them on planes.
Ah, gotcha.
Also, at the top, I was really analyzing very well because I really wanted to prevent what I'm doing down here.
Yeah, like the mech pressure on the bases.
Yeah.
These guys are on their way. I mean, you can always build a mega tank and then just laugh at the mechs. Because they definitely struggle against mega
Why did you
tanks.
say that?
I say that. I mean, it takes a lot of hits. Smack. So many anti-airs up top. Anti-air meta indeed. What's this guy doing? Gonna run away? There we go.
It's a fancy battlecopter movement.
Yeah. You attack in a formation. Ooh, you went for a bomber. I mean, I guess a bomber, like, you don't really have too much concern about a fighter coming your way.
Oh, it will take a lot of time for it to get here. And yeah, I kind of got it, so I wanted to make sure that I could actually free up the base for a victory watch.
Oh, over here. I see.
Yeah.
Another thing you definitely could consider, especially at Sami, is you could bring in some indirects to move with your mech blobs. So we do have another side slip, as is the privilege of Adder. You get to, if you have a full bar, pretty much anyone that has this lopsided number of bars per normal and then also super. So in this case, it's normal of 2, super of 3. And like in Olaf's case, it's like normal of 3, super of 5. In both of those cases, that means you can do back-to-back normal powers if you have a full charge, even if you haven't gained no charge in between. So that's what the Bubs is doing here. What I would recommend you do, though, is if you're playing Adder and doing this lots of normal power strategy, is you want to do as many attacks as you can before using your power so that you get more charge, so you could potentially get a 3rd normal power turn. Mm-hmm. But the Bubs goes straight for normal power here. Beat up as many anti-airs as possible. Ooh, that poor mech. There's so little over here. I imagine the Bub's got 78k. I imagine we're about to see a mega tank down here to hold the base. So usually when you're attacking, when you're fighting Sami, mechs and infantry is kind of like fighting against Andes in that you really want to lower the count, because like an injured mech on Victory March can still capture anything at one go.
Finish off any, like that one in mech right there. It's just as dangerous as a full HP mech when I have
exactly
power, right?
1, 2, 3, 4. Like it's 4 away from the base, so it alone, if the base gets cleared, it can cap it. I do like that the Bubs has been using these copters so well to clear out these anti-airs, though, making sure to like hit the anti-air and then with like another unit and then finish it off with the copters. Because a lot of people at first are kind of worried about the hard counter nature. Yeah, Incuggarch infantry are banned.
Yeah, infantries are banned, so if you want to have mechs from every base, you can easily need 9-12k spare.
The Bubs has so much money. Builds a medium tank. That's from the wrong base. Oh no. 18k in the bank. So this looks potentially clearable. 1, 2, 3, 4. Oh, but that's right. You used double time last turn, so you don't actually have a victory march.
Mm-hmm.
Unless you sacrifice for it.
I'm not sure. Could I sacrifice enough? Maybe if I...
if you wanted to, yeah. You would take like about 4 copters, probably 5-ish copters. Sacrifice this guy into an anti-air. You slam into the anti-airs over here. I guess this guy can't. We got a bunch of attacks.
Yeah, okay. It might be decently doable.
Going for double time again.
Mm-hmm.
So I think this base is capturable with Victory March, but it would take quite a few sacrifices elsewhere on the map, so I don't know if it would be necessarily worth it. Okay, we have another double time. And the normal power from Bubs gives enough defense to the mech so that it survives.
Mm-hmm.
So we can go back a little bit here. So if we look at some of these attacks, the double time isn't required in order to get the kill, and this is a kind of similar situation to what I was saying with Adder and how you want to do the attacks that can give you some charge before popping the power. And it's the same here when you're using a normal power. It's like if you're having an anti-air attack a copter, you don't need the power to do that, and that's a decent amount of charge that you kind of end up denying yourself. Copter flying on down. The mechs, they swarm. There goes the anti-air. There goes the mech. Okay, the bomber's approaching. Ooh, transport copter gets taken out. Hit the tank. Start capturing right in front of this poor mech. He's gonna get fired. The swarm approaches. Die. Oh, the 2 health mech killed the 2 health tank. Anti-air kills mech. You saved the city capture. First smack here on this anti-air. Build another one. Looking good. It's a lot of troops closing in on this base.
Yeah.
Got anti-airs in the north, mechs in the south has been the play so far.
I do have to say, if you compare top to bottom, my anti-air spam is working well.
Yeah, it's cleaned out a lot of mechs.
Yeah.
I know I'm also pretty surprised that this is the first heavy tank of the game. They seem like kind of a go-to option when you're dealing with a lot of mechs.
Do they one-shot mechs? Or I don't think so.
Do what one-shot mechs?
Medium tanks.
No, they won't one-shot mechs. Neo tanks will, I believe, and of course mega tanks will.
Yeah.
But medium tanks will be able to suck up quite a few mech hits.
That is true.
Although a double comm tower, they'll kill them on like roads. I like it. So the Bub's little copter swarm has been getting quite a lot done. But they will always run into the problem of if they don't have enough backup, then just a few anti-air can hold off a very large swarm of copters. But the Bubs again floats a lot of cash. Doesn't build a mega tank. No. A medium tank alone is going to have a hard time holding these bases.
At a certain point, I knew that hey, he was going to build big things, so I needed the bomber.
Yeah. No, it makes sense. Like how else would he possibly defend the base? Another breakthrough over here. Very nice. Charging forward. The mechs. Oh, don't attack. Take out the copter. Just kind of stand around the base. Squish right up close. Double bomber buy. The anti-air attack force has been doing amazing up top.
Yeah.
Bubs is in some serious trouble here. Has 80k though.
Unit count.
I know the unit count. You're up by 30 at the end of your turn.
I have twice as many units.
Still just the normal power. Poor mech. Tank. Okay, so the Bubs will be able to fight back against the encroaching anti-air group here.
The fuel of that transport copter is getting low.
Transport copters? Which one? Oh, this one.
Top
Down to 24. You know, it's okay. Ooh. I don't like... I understand what... The Bubs here is trying to stop the city from being captured during our victory march, but... That's going to be a tough task. There's a bomber there. A bunch of copters. Typing on in here. No, not medium tank, mega tank.
Yeah, I don't know. I just don't know where mega tanks come from. I built those bombers for exactly that reason.
Okay, well, this looks like you get a really nice victory march here.
Oh, this is gonna be nice.
You see the fighter, which is definitely a response to triple bomber. It's gonna take a while to get over here.
To get here.
All right, here comes the victory march. There's a lot of mechs. Ooh, the recon survives. Oh, the copter can finish it off though.
Yeah, I believe that was a slight luck roll or like hope, pray, and whatever.
Mechs. Clear that base.
Yeah,
Capture
I
that
saw
base.
Like, oh, and that's mine.
Yep.
Here comes the bomber.
Wow.
Funny enough that those mechs do more damage than the battlecopters. And by the 1 HP mech as well.
Yeah.
The
The mechs should do more damage than the battlecopters. Yeah. For Sami.
Yeah. This was also a very lucky roll, I believe.
Was that a luck roll?
Yeah, this. It would have remained at 1 or 2 if.
Well, something you can do in the future there is you can have like your 5 health guy smack in
Oh yeah,
first.
sack into it. Yeah.
Yeah. It's looking very GG. Can't reach. Get the kill. But oh, it lives at 1, but you don't have a way of stepping on it anyway.
No, that would have happened to the first one as well. But yeah, luck. Oh, got lucky.
Got this mech. There's still 1 infantry left for the Bubs.
Why not get that? Well, first Neo tank.
I was surprised. Did you just not have a way? I guess you just don't have a way of clearing this anti-air off of the city. I guess the first Neo tank. But that looks super GG. You lose 2 bases. It's very hard.
Yeah,
Carrier into resign the respect.
The BM carrier. To resign, and there we go.
That's not BM carrier. That's a GG carrier.
Oh, okay. I mean, I don't... GG carrier.
It's the mad respect. So this was the finals for, was it Division 4?
It was the first Quack Cup, and I believe it was Division. Let me check real quick. It was Division 5.
Nice. This was the end. This was the finals.
Yeah.
Which means that you get moved up into Division 4 for the next tournament that you join.
Just any tournament or also Quack?
I don't know. I would imagine it must be any tournament. Because they didn't separately seed the tournaments based on mode. It's just your overall rating. So I think you get pushed to all future tournaments. You get pushed up a division.
Yeah.
Congratulations.
Thank you.
And yeah, it is a weird finals match, but it is the Quack Cup, so that would be why. They're supposed to be weird. You had some very fancy plays here, though.
Yeah, I worked it. I believe this match, I almost from beginning to end, I always use the move planner to look at things like, hey, how should I do this? What's the best way I can do this? What's the opponent's response? And what could I do the turn previous to improve, to weaken his response? That's usually the 3 things I did.
Yeah, no, that's exactly what you should be doing with the move planner.
Yeah.
And it gets easier, right? The more you do it.
I do have to. that might come with experience, but I have a bit of an issue assuming what the opponent does. I find that difficult.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that definitely comes with some practice. The way I usually do it is I assume that they're going to do the most aggressive thing possible, and then I make sure that I don't die to that. And then if I don't die to the most aggressive thing, then I probably don't die to anything that's less aggressive.
Could work really well.
Well, thank you for coming on and sharing your finals match. Is there anything you'd like to say before we move on to the next games?
Always eat your veggies.
Always eat your veggies? It's very important.
They're delicious.
They're delicious. And your apples, of course.
Oh, yes, and apples.
Well, thank you for coming on, sharing your replay.
Thanks for allowing me to be here.
It was fun. And next we're going to have apparently P-Dog954 versus Black Mantis. Turn the music up. Okay. There it is. Okay. P-Dog, you get to be called ice. Black Mantis gets to be sad. You're wondering why I notice and leave on the Discord thing? That's no worries. So, I don't think I've seen Sami picked on this map before. I think I've only seen Eagle, Max, and Olaf, but Max is a tier below on this map, so I don't think I've seen Sami, which is surprising because this does seem like a pretty good Sami map. You have a lot of mountains for mechs to hang out on, and these HQs are pretty far forward. I guess they're a little difficult for Sami to clear, potentially. for just like a victory march win, but they're also kind of vulnerable. I imagine that will be Black Mantis's plan, and I kind of think Sami would do better than Olaf, actually, just because I could see Sami having enough aggression to go for this HQ before Winter Fury can really come online, because this is pretty short distance to the double base. Although this is also a good map for artillery, so P-Dog going for the artillery first does make sense, and that will definitely help hold off any potential. I just realized that P-Dog actually base skipped for this artillery, though, which is surprising. Oh, I see. It's like a timing. It's to get this, trying to get this city, and then hold it using the artillery. Okay. Black Mantis also goes for an artillery, which I like with a huge group of infantry, especially when there's a very vulnerable HQ to start attacking. The double recons coming out of the P-Dog to try and harass. Ooh. Black Mantis gives up this capture in order to hit this infantry. Okay. So I probably would have completed the capture. I wouldn't be too... So P-Dog is threatening to shell this with the artillery on the next turn and have this infantry finish it off. I think I'd probably be fine with that trade, because if the artillery does shell this, then this entire army gets to just move closer to it. Would the blizzard be worth it for the snow? I mean, if you have to, you have to. But yeah, mechs ignore snow on everything except for mountains, which is something to keep in mind. And on mountains, I do believe they make mechs spend twice as much, so 2 instead of 1. Mechs apparently come with snowshoes. I'm pretty sure mechs still skate over rivers. I think it's only mountains that they get slowed on. But that's why mechs, of course, are always so slow. It's because they always have their snowshoes on. They're always prepared for that snow. Okay, so we do have the tank from P-Dog, and it looks like the aggression coming down here is working out pretty well against Sami. We have our first mech. Having an APC could be good for kind of accelerating this, because at this point it will take a little bit before our mech chain really makes it into striking range. And you'd like to put the pressure on the opponent. There's nothing to stop this capture, but it's a 9 health infantry, so it will take 3 turns. Okay, P-Dog's trying to lock down this little choke point. So far, so good. The mechs are slowly coming on over. The artillery has been able to keep this city safe very effectively. Olaf. Oh. No, it would be that Olaf's mechs always have move 3 because they don't have to wear snowshoes. The mech chain ended. Oh no! Ooh, it was a base skip to end the mech chain. I don't know why this tank was so needed. I would much prefer. But that's okay. Ooh, P-Dog getting mighty feisty with this aggression, and very. I do like how calm P-Dog. It's like It can be very threatening to have a bunch of Sami infantry starting to stare at your cities, but P-Dog's like, I'm not going out there. I'm just going to chill back here, let my artillery do their thing. Black Mantis is going to lose this city. Hit on this artillery. Yeah, there's no comm towers here, so I think this is a roll as to whether or not it can knock this infantry down to 3. And if it can, if it knocks it to 4, then the capture still goes through. Ah, Sami privilege right there. Okay, the mechs are still a ways away, so this will hold. Keep the HQ nice and safe. You have the anti-air in response to the copter, which makes sense. And P-Dog currently has a nice 3k income lead, although that's about to change. Pop, just a 1k one. It was 0k one. Okay. Black Mantis is playing with a little bit of fire here. The walls on this artillery are barely holding, but they're holding. Ooh, and we have a Sami medium tank. Now, when I was first trying to learn Sami, specifically in Fog, I was like, you know what I'll do? I'll just have lots of infantry and then have medium tanks go alongside that so that, you know, I've got more. I'm spending most of my money on the medium tanks and it gives me more bases free to build just infantry. And that did not work very well as a combination because medium tanks cannot defend your infantry against a horde of lighter vehicles. And then once you lose all of your infantry as Sami, just cry. So the jump straight to medium tank here could be a little rough, but we'll see how it ends up going. Whoa, P-Dog charging forward with this tank. I see. So it's the classic, I'll move 2 artillery in the range of your artillery to win this artillery war. Sami is also not so great in Fog, yeah. And in Fog it's even worse because they kill off all of your infantry and then the medium tanks only have 1 vision range. They can't see anything. Okay, I do like how P-Dog is respecting the Sami vehicles here. It's just like, I'll just attack the other side. How does Black Mantis kind of cope with this the artillery bullying that's happening here? The artillery just runs away. P-Dog holds the line. We go. Getting some more mechs. Artillery goes here. We have a nice line, little wall formed here. Ooh. Anti-air's in place to go after this copter if it tries to stop the capture. So this is where you this is kind of scary approaching over here too, although the anti-air doesn't hit here. So this is where you can pull some shenanigans as Sami here, is you can have this copter still interrupt this capture because the medium tank can then cover the copter against the anti-air strike, and that means that you kind of get to interrupt the capture and then trade a copter for an anti-air, which is a fine trade to do It can sometimes be really, really good, because if it's like a forward anti-air and then your copter is just sitting, you know, basically from the airport fresh, then you get a really nice tempo advantage out of it. Which is something that I do a lot. Gotta get those tempo advantages when you can. Yeah, well, in this case, the mech would be able to go on the mountain and help the medium tank out. But the medium tank is the only proper walling unit. So P-Dog just gets that city. Good. Ooh, looks like we're going to attack into the mechs here. Well, we are going to use the blizzard from P-Dog. So this will mess with the air, and it will mess with the vehicles. It won't mess with the mechs, though. Except for mountains. So I'm not 100% sure on these attacks. The copter, however, can't help this. So it's okay. I don't know about this blizzard. I'm not sure. I guess it stops this tank. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. No, that tank didn't reach anyway. Here you can see the mech can still walk its 2 tiles. Yeah, over the river as well. Wow. That out. The mech goes for the smack. Ooh, that tank survives at 1. Artillery shoots over here. Ow. Does look like P-Dog's copter is going to be really happy in this situation. 5, 6, yeah, because the air coverage is not looking too good for Black Mantis right now. But the victory march is now getting mighty close. So P-Dog does need to be very aware of some sudden lose the game threats. Okay, 1, 2, 3, 4. The mech is out of range. The infantry are out of range of the HQ currently. So there's no instant loss being threatened at the moment. You get to kill off that tank. Artillery hit. Take out that infantry. Put the tank here. Let's see. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So this infantry is in range to potentially get a victory march. This one isn't. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. That one is. So there's some threats that P-Dog has to cope with. But on the right here, it's looking really nice. Got that capture. Killed off that tank. Kills off a mech. Hit that tank. Kill off the infantry. That one can't threaten anymore. Okay, and then it doesn't look like... Okay, so with victory... Yeah, I was going to say, with victory march, this guy doesn't quite reach that anti-air, but this is the only one... only thing currently stopping an instant loss. A very brave anti-air holding the line. And P-Dog just retreats over here, which seems good to me. Tank survives a double hit. Recons look like ducks. Tanks be marching. Mech goes goes for the capture. Artillery over. All right. We have a rocket being built. That is to me, that's a weird buy in this situation because it looks like Black Mantis is trying to push heavily to get the kill here, but then the rocket is just a really slow unit. So it's not going to be able to help for quite a while. Oh, is it brave to go to the rear? You know, it's still holding the line. It's fine. Okay. Nice defensive terrain set up here. Kill off the anti-airs. This mech really wishes it was here. 1, 2, 3, 4. It's not quite there. Okay. It's very sad. The no comm tower here for Sami. The medium tank knocks it to 2. Comes the rocket. The mech's attacked into the medium tank. Take out the artillery. Okay. So I don't really like these attacks into this medium tank, but okay, this guy should, well, I guess it's fine. This is also threatening to go here and still gets cleared out by this guy either way. I was thinking you might want to be on the mountain to try and make it really awkward for this medium tank, because it would be like, it can kill this mech or it can kill this guy, but it can't kill both, is what you'd be trying to pressure. But the artillery helps with that, and this infantry can come over here and take it out anyway. That does take out that mech. There's very few foot soldiers left on the right here. You know, a lot of artillery incoming. Stand on the HQ. Makes sense. Could probably just chew through all of these units, and then you don't really have to worry about the HQ, and then also get the artillery. We have another blizzard being used. I mean, the blizzard's not needed. That's okay. Can still get the artillery, you're right. Pop. Okay. Blizzard doing his thing. Mechs have to back off, and this is the point where Sami gets really sad. So the foot soldier count is really low, but the vehicle armies are still present. So you're kind of forced to build vehicles to try and stabilize, and then you just can't get any more foot soldiers, and then you'll never have a power used. Pop. Bob. Oh no, the rocket got hit. Usually you don't see the medium tanks get walled in by full health artillery, but you know what? If it works, it works. Then we have another blizzard. Pop the rocket down to 1. The Black Mantis resigns. Black Mantis got so close, but Victory March never happened. GG. The blizzard spam. So, like I was saying in the previous game, because Olaf, like Adder, has this like lopsided charge accumulation. Same thing with Sami. You can have these back-to-back normal powers by just having your super fill up in charge. And that's something that I've seen and have utilized more in high funds than in regular fund levels, but you know, it still works out pretty well. I don't know what the current standard league set is, so I don't know. I can look really quickly. Let's see here. Global League, map list, standard. Scorpion Operation is my current game. Okay, we have Shu versus Lord Clefairy. Shu is an old veteran of the game. He's also a veteran of Wargroove. Lord Clefairy already playing the Penguins. Shu is going to get changed to yellow comment. A lot of Advance Wars by Web proverbs are attributed to Shu. Like, eat free dudes. When in doubt, tank. Stuff like that. Now we'll see how Shu... This is a Fog match, and Shu isn't super known for Fog. The thing that Shu's approach to Fog in the past has been get to the contested properties and then artillery lock them, which is kind of like, I would say, a more of a standard player's approach to Fog. So I think that would work up to like 1300, and then it will get like outflanked. Shu is the post-game super boss. You got destroyed on this map. Yeah. And Shu's pretty active on the Discord, and I do believe he's open to playing games if you want to fight him. Stream stuttering hard for you. Says it's fine for me. Yeah, this is round one of a Smacky Cup, I do believe. So oftentimes you're going to have meta arguments in the Advanced Wars by Web Discord, where people are talking about which CO is better than which for each tier on what map, and Shu is going to be one of those people that will just challenge you to a game between those two. So a common one would be like between Kindle and Lash on Caustic Finale, for instance. It's something that Shu will just challenge to fight it out. Now, those fights don't necessarily answer the question, because there's always going to be lots of like skill level and play style and things like that go into play there. But you know, it's always going to give some data give you some nice empirical data for those arguments. So here we actually have, on this map, there was lots and lots of Samis. And that's what Lord Clefairy is doing here. Is Sami and going for these contested properties. And Shu is not Sami. He's playing as Kindle. And you'll note that Shu is not going for the contested properties at all, because I assume because Shu is like, I'm not going to be able to beat Sami in these infantry on infantry fights over contested properties. So instead, just go for the guaranteed money, build vehicles, and beat Sami that way. Which tends to be the way it goes. So there we go. We have an early recon. Makes a lot of sense. This is actually kind of similar to how I played this map, except I was playing as Lash instead of Kindle. Okay. So yeah, Lord Clefairy is hard committing to these contested areas with these infantry. Definitely expecting a fight, and I think Shu is just going to avoid the fight with the foot soldiers as much as possible, unless it's being covered by a recon, for instance. Ooh, double recon. So here it's going to be fine, because if Lord Clefairy attacks in here and clears this, there's not going to be another infantry available to stand on the city, and then the recon can just come in and get a nice counter hit and kill an infantry off in revenge. How did the recon get in the water? It's always lived in the water. These recons are ducks. So something to keep in mind. So oftentimes people will rush these kind of contested properties in order to get an economic advantage. But those economic advantages, when you do that, won't actually come into play until all the other possible captures have been taken, because that's when the contested properties matter, is when there isn't other stuff you could be capturing instead. So as long as Shu is able to build up enough forces to then take these before running out of other properties to send infantry to, there won't actually be any economic impact to rushing the contested properties. Okay, we have our double recon setup, which is really nice. These guys, 2 recons will always be able to clear an infantry off of a property, which is why I would assume Shu went for them. And then also we have properties next to each other, which will be really good for fighting over. As Kindle really, really likes it when there's properties next to each other, because these often become kind of hot points where units are. So if Kindle can clear one, Kindle can then use that property to clear the other one, and then can use that property to hit a unit that's next to it. It can be very brutal. Okay, and we have the mech, and then this recon does get to see all that's produced from both of these bases. So these recons are attacking completely safely. There's no risk of running into any tanks, for instance, that could hit them. They can be as aggressive as they want and have no fear. Ooh. Looks like Shu is heavily prioritizing this airport. Could have gone in with this infantry strike to deny this capture, but at the same time I can understand being like, it doesn't really matter, because if Lord Clefairy finishes this capture, as is Sami's right, the other recon can finish it off, and then another infantry can just come over and capture that city later, which is something we were talking about before with Sami. Is even though you can give yourself captures that other people wouldn't necessarily be able to get, it comes down to more being able to hold those captures than getting them. Here, I don't really agree with what Shu's doing. I'd be sending more infantry out towards the middle here, especially with the support of the recons, rather than just kind of building up this little wall to try and protect this property. It looks a little bit like an overinvestment, but that's okay. Ooh. Lord Clefairy has moved this. So usually it kind of just sits here and then fires and breaks this pipe seam to release this base so it can actually defend itself. But goes all the way forward instead. Then we have the anti-air. Okay. Got some mechs moving out here. This guy not see another? Oh, it can't see. I see. This guy can't hit from another side. Oh, this is So unfortunate. This recon would love to hit here, but it can't see it. Can't strike here because the mech's covering. The recon could have just moved over here and then let this guy finish this kill. I think that probably would have been better. Keeping them together is not bad, though. Ooh. Okay, well, Shu is definitely going to break the pipe seam. I would have done it from the forest, but Shu might have some other plans for that forest, and for that reason, put the artillery here instead. And the reason I wanted from this forest is because it sets you up to move to this forest, much like what Lord Clefairy did after breaking the pipe seam. Or you can break the pipe seam from here. It's just slower. The backward captures are starting to happen here. We have like, the economy is still pretty even because we haven't really reached the point where properties are going to be scarce for captures yet. We're almost there, but like this property, Lord Clefairy got it early, and now it just kind of falls. And we have like a lot of units build up here. Okay, now they start moving into the center. I would have liked to see that a little bit earlier. I think this might be just a little too much stuff standing around. For Shu at this point. But these recons, there's now a tank, but they had been completely uncontested, and every infantry that they can kill off is a big deal because of course it's Sami, and the powers are completely reliant on her foot soldier count. So if we look at the unit count here, at the end of the turn, Lord Clefairy should have more units if things were kind of going well and staying even. But at the end of your turn, being down in units is a really bad sign. Not that they necessarily know that they're down in units, just because this is fog and you aren't given that information. But they will have the kill and death stats, and it'll just show that I think Shu hasn't lost anything. Is that right? Yeah, no deaths. Just 2 damage on a recon. It's taken out 2.5 infantry. So here we have Shu going for a front switch through the center, completely ignoring the potential interrupt over here. I imagine Shu is expecting there to be artillery. Well, actually, Shu will know the artillery is here because this pipe seam's been being fired upon. Oof. Lord Clefairy doesn't quite have the scouting information to know that there's quite a serious threat here. Okay. Here we go. We get to see pop the nice Kindle firepower boost attack from the property. We can take out that guy. Looking very nice. This is the patented eat free dudes strategy from Shu. Yeah, still not a huge fan of how much. I think one, like, this guy doesn't have to be here basically. Guy in the forest. Using the 3 would be fine. I mean, Shu has enough stuff over here. It's fine. It's fine. Is it really front shifting? It's front shifting. I mean, if you move from here over to here, you front shifted. It's at 4. It's because Shu didn't have a comm tower. Did two artillery shots and then brought the tank in, but that doesn't break because there's no comm tower. Okay. So Shu will be really happy about these attacks, just because, again, it's Sami exposing foot soldiers to harassment, destruction. She was going to insist on going for this capture. Tank hits the mech. Looks like we're going to try and... Ooh. So... Shu should know about this artillery. So I don't like this move. It's a little weird, but that's okay. Tank built here. She was just letting this have all this vision. Which is why Lord Clefairy doesn't have to have quite so much stuff defending over here, because he gets to know everything that's being built here. Goes the tank. Copter gets smacked. Got that tank. The recon. It's a pretty good attack for Lord Clefairy. The problem is just that foot soldiers are gone, so these are now just kind of all exposed to being kind of beat up a little bit. I mean, it's still looking pretty good though. You can see that Lord Clefairy is predicting that there's going to be an urban blight incoming. Artillery strike gets the city. Anti-air kills the copter. Yeah, that would be a case of you don't want to leave. I don't know if Lord Clefairy could have blocked this. I don't know. It could have been pretty much anything is better than nothing. But yeah, you really don't want to leave cities open that are next to units you care about. Against Kindle. Oh. We have the Urban Blight after that. Four tanks kind of caught. Ooh, I like this. This tank gets isolated. Nice little wall forming to make it really difficult to kill the black boat that's on the HQ, because there is, of course, a victory march available. So at this point, you take double bomber and you take anti-air double bomber in order to kill this. The anti-air to clear this road infantry. The other infantry can kill this guy off, and then 2 bomber strikes to kill the black boat, which is not very likely. Let's clear that off. These guys joined together? They did. What is Lord Clefairy spending that money on? This one's joined together too. Is it just for bomber? It must just be to bomber and build more infantry. Okay. You can see the bomber reaches in 1 turn. Well, double bomber would have been quite the big, it'd be a very all-in play. But that's something that Sami can definitely do. It's gonna get much harder though, as soon as Shu is able to get comm tower. Whoa, Shu, no fear. Deletes the black boat in order to get a copter strike. And an urban blight. Kill off the mech. Okay. Kill off the... That's one way to make sure you can't lose to a victory march. As if there's just no infantry left. This is something that my high funds tournament game against a true boss, that a true boss could have done to me is I had like a huge chunk of infantry prepared to dive onto his HQ, but if he saw it, he could have killed every single one. Bomber can't target copter. It's true. And true, Shu also has locked the infantry base. At this point, I think Lord Clefairy is just dead. Trying desperately to get an infantry in range of the HQ. You have the fighter. Down goes that infantry. This infantry's not dead, but it's not in range. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Bomber gets surrounded, a fighter gets built. Kill off that infantry. That doesn't even 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. That doesn't even get you in range. Oh no. The fighter attacked from the city. Yeah, that's Lord Clefairy is fighting on, determined to get this this victory march in. But at this point, I don't think there's any chance. Down goes the infantry, down goes that infantry. The attack coming in this way. Fighter goes back for repairs. This must be a GG move. No. Staying in it. You don't go back for repairs. What? Ooh, there's been so many urban blights that, yeah, you can just break through there. It doesn't even go for the capture, just kills off another infantry. Base is about to fall. There's the resign. GG. So very well done by Shu. Just avoiding conflict with Sami in these early game infantry fights, and then letting the vehicles kind of win the day. Oh yeah, deleting units can be really powerful. Voice of Akasha game. Is that what's next? Voice of Akasha versus Spoot. Yeah. Haha, my favorite map. Most followed game ever. How many followers did it end up getting? I guess I'll make Spoot into the penguins. 160. I think I've seen games. Or maybe not. I did not follow this. This will be my first time looking at it. Everybody, what happens? Okay. We got Eagle versus Max. I mean, this definitely looks like it's a better Eagle map. It does stall pretty heavily, and there's a double airport, and you've got artillery locks that Max can't do. So the pressure is definitely on Spoot to kind of force the issue and make the game not stall, which is not easy. Ooh. So both players go for this city capture. I don't think that's right. If you're trying to stall, because I think getting this airport first is a lot better. Just because it lets you deny this city. That's okay. Voice of Akasha goes for this city first. guess it's probably what they both do. Fine. Spoot really likes to do the loopy infantry movements in order to move one tile. We have an early tank over here, which does cost Spoot a property, or like a turn. Like basically, this guy can go for this property, and then this guy's got 2 properties he can go for, and you'd have your next infantry go for the one that they don't go for. So that's not going to be a possibility because the tank got moved. Where over here, it's kind of fine for Voice of Akasha to build this tank. The infantry from this base, I guess it would go over here. I mean, it's a long walk, so this guy can kind of take control of that, and this guy can go over here. The infantry kind of already have their marching orders. So this is costing Spoot money. I don't think this tank is. Might be costing a comm tower. Or like a delay on the comm tower. Wow. Look, I think I could have won that game if I wanted to stall. I just hate stalling so much. I refuse. You will not make me. Okay. So the Spoot tank be threatening over here. Voice of Akasha is like, yeah, whatever. I'll just go into the middle and kind of respond to this recon twofold. Stalling is BM, yeah. I don't know if I'd say, I don't think stalling is BM, but I play the game. I play the game to have fun, and I do not have any fun in stalling games. Which just makes it harder and harder and harder to make myself take a turn. Okay, so Spoot is trying to deny this comm tower, is inviting a tank first strike with no coverage. So this is one way that you can try and stop stalls, is if you can kind of invite free hits, but this tank is also a little overloaded. So Spoot's idea is like, I give you an attack that's so appealing that you won't use your tank to hit my infantry. And that's exactly how it's going to go down. Now, this is something that Voice of Akasha has talked about a lot, is getting like tank tempo, essentially. Or if you get like that first strike of tank on tank, especially if it's like a 5-8, that can just secede a lot of control of the map. And if there's nothing that you can, if you're not able to make a large investment to take that control back, it can kind of snowball the game. So I'm not surprised at all the Voice of Akasha went for the tank strike rather than like trying to deny the comm tower or anything like that. That is a very Voice of Akasha line of play. And the artillery follow-up, of course, makes sense. Looks like we're going to delay this airport a little bit in order to get the city faster, which is fine as long as Spoot, I guess, build like a copter next turn. Because this guy is going to finish the city, and then we'll be able to interrupt this. Howdy, howdy. There we go. Voice of Akasha does bring the artillery over to lock this. It was a little bit late, so he had to sacrifice an infantry to delay this capture. Okay, so Spoot's kind of, I guess, can bring the tank over here too if he really wants to. Invited some problems here. Ooh, goes in for the infantry hit. So as I was saying, because Spoot is max, he can't do this same thing. He can't use an artillery behind this mountain and lock this city. So he has, if he wants to deny these cities, he has to go in person. There's always been comm towers in the corners. Yeah, it's a double comm tower map. Okay. Spoot's going for Voice of Akasha's comm tower. That's a very questionable play to me. I don't understand its purpose. The only thing I can think of that this purpose is to try and get this artillery to stay where it is, because it's kind of just inviting a new target for it. And I think the artillery is fine staying where it is. There's another artillery that can come up and help defend it, as well as some blockers. Could be wrong though. So, but yeah, but Spoot is kind of forced to go for lines like this, because if ever the lines just like the army lines kind of get established, then the game will stall and Eagle will just beat Max. So, I mean, I think he should just let Voice of Akasha. If Voice of Akasha has this infantry standing on this comm tower, then there wouldn't be a good blocker for this side. So I think that was not a good play for Spoot. I mean, it's hard because you do have to kind of force the issue. But things are already looking really, really bad. Does have double comm tower versus 0 though. Okay, we get to hit the tank. And this is what I was talking about before, where Spoot had to, in going for this line that Spoot went, a vehicle had to be brought over here if this capture had any hope of happening. So now the copter gets built, but it's a little late. It's max double comm tower. So if you're watching this game, right, and you might not be like a top player, and you just want a general idea of who's ahead, or if the game's like even, the stats you're gonna look at is you want to look at the end of someone's turn and then compare where they should be. So at the end of your turn, if the capture game is still going on, you should have more income than your opponent. And then you should have more units than your opponent, and you should have about half of your income more in unit value. So right now, Voice of Spoot is even in economy, so that means he's behind. It's just kind of weird to say that their income is equal, which means he's behind in where he should be in terms of captures. The unit count, he's ahead by 2, so he's where he should be. But then when it comes to the unit value, it looks like he's ahead by 5,000, but he should be ahead by about 9,000, so he's a little bit behind there. You've played the top players and lost to them all. So just looking at this little stats over here, even ignoring what the board state looks like, you would say Spoot is a little bit behind in this game. He's not like dead, but a little bit behind where you would expect him to be. I don't like that attack. I don't know why Voice of Akasha went for that attack. I would bring the infantry back. I do not know what Voice of Akasha is doing over here. Why are they running here? They're already like well within base range. I understand them wanting to get off the city so they don't get hit by a tank. Why so far back? I don't know. The problem with having them so far back is that you kind of want to be able to move them forward and threaten, like, to prevent the city and stuff like that. Okay, so that was I was not too impressed with Voice of Akasha's turn there. Kind of not a lot happened. Other than losing that infantry while still letting this guy get closer to the city and then releasing the pressure of this infantry fight. So, but ignoring the board state, if we were to look at the end of Voice of Akasha's turn here, Voice of Akasha is also still equal in captures, so a little bit behind where he should be, ahead in unit count, which is good, and then more than 9,000 ahead in unit value. So we'd say the Voice of Akasha is a little bit ahead. And the 9,000 is coming from half of the unit. Okay. I don't know if Spoot's move planning this, but this is looking like Spoot's playing it live. You can tell because this is like the most important part on the map right now, and everything else is being moved, which usually means that the person's thinking about how to go about this engagement. It's over 9,000. Looks like Spoot's just gonna back off. Okay. We're busting out the anti-airs. So this is looking even more dire because Spoot's now even less ahead in unit value, but they're remaining equal at this 18k income, and the unit count's still looking fine. Okay, so yeah, Voice of Akasha is just like, I'm just going to stall the game. I'm not going to move forward. I'm going to make my little walls and force you to do something. That's true. Well, that's what. Well, usually when you're live, you do leave that for later, but I can understand what you're saying. Like timer manipulation. Oh. Spoot goes in to take out this tank. It is inviting a strike from the city. But this could be with the idea that Spoot wants to get the normal power. So just taking a little bit of hits is good for that. Okay. This is also inviting this artillery to stay where it is. And Voice of Akasha would go for this attack like every time. I mean, I think everyone would, but it's every time I see potential traps, and it's a tank on tank from a city strike. I'm like, oh, that will always work. Okay. So part of what I imagine Spoot wanted was to open up a way to hit this tank, and this is why the anti-air is here. It was to chase the battlecopter off, and it'll also be able to clear any infantry that stands here. And Voice of Akasha is going to answer that by just having another artillery cover it. Okay. Everything's moving together in this little blob. You got lots of little infantry walls. Because Voice of Akasha has been so passive over here, the city does just kind of get captured. But again, at the end of the turn, Voice of Akasha is looking mighty fine. So we do have that cleared out. We do indeed get to kill the artillery. And that gives the max force. I do like the attacks over here. It's just basically free kills. I'm not so sure about moving forward like this. For Spoot, it's not as good as it looks. Yeah, the thing that Spoot's thinking is like, if I stand like this, there's only one tile for them to attack from, which will reduce the number of attacks. But because the copters are here, like, this isn't actually going to work. Unless you had a line. Hey, the airport gets blocked by the 1 health infantry. Good job, good job. So a brawl has started. You can never be completely trusting on the stats once a fight is kind of ongoing. But we can see at the end of this turn, Spoot is up 7 units and up good 12k in unit value. So you'd say, oh, he's doing pretty good. He's ahead currently on board, but just looking at the units. But because it's an ongoing brawl and there's huge fluctuations that happen during that, you wouldn't really want to trust that. Okay. The 4 health infantry is coming down to deal with the 1 health. Okay, so Voice of Akasha didn't want to go for a more aggressive line, which makes sense. It's just going to go for this restrained approach, build walls, wait for lightning strike. Doesn't even hit the anti-air with the tank. I think that's a safe attack, but maybe not. Maybe not with max and double comm tower. Okay. Now Spoot runs away. Spoot is up by 2k, which is looking pretty nice. But of course, this is Eagle, so it doesn't super matter. So long as Eagle still has a decent standing army, everything just moves together. And the big old blob with a crust of infantry trying to stop the vehicles from getting their first strikes. Okay. Spoot does attack in here. That tank joins together. The 1 health infantry moves up here. We have tank covering another tank trying to help out. Looks like the main plan from Spoot right now is to attack where Voice of Akasha doesn't have a huge collection of units, which is a nice approach in Fog of War when you're dealing with death balls. It doesn't work quite as well in Standard because, well, people can see all the movement that's happening. But it still is pretty good. Alright, we have the attempt to capture the comm tower coming from Voice of Akasha. And Voice of Akasha is getting mighty close to the lightning strike, which will suddenly make all of these kind of little dives that Spoot does infinitely more dangerous, because this is somewhat, it's like a wide but short map, so the armies can get mighty close to each other, and a lightning strike will be devastating. If one is unprepared, we get the max mech. Yep, copter, tank kill, and then block with the other tank to make it so the anti-air can't reach. Doesn't go for the join cap. So the fact that Voice of Akasha doesn't go for the join cap there means that Voice of Akasha does not care about this comm tower. He's just trying to bleed Spoot of some units and get a little bit of charge. If you care about the comm tower, you join cap so that you cost your opponent more units in order to stop you, but it does cost you a whole unit to do that. And Voice of Akasha doesn't really care, so he's going to keep his unit and just get the little bit of unit advantage that he's going to get every time an infantry has to sacrifice itself. Okay. Pop. Ooh. Okay, so now Voice of Akasha is going to go for it. And I think he's going to go for it now because there's only one infantry in range. So there's no double infantry sack here. It would take a vehicle that has to come over and stop the comm tower. Is why I would imagine he's going to do it now. Either that or he just wanted to use the two injured ones together. Okay. Again, you can see always there's infantry in front of the vehicles, as I tend to refer to it as the little crest of infantry, and that's just to make it so that vehicles have to be used to clear infantry, and that means there's less vehicles available to go for any strikes. Ooh, Spoot's going to go in. This is what I assume with everything. This is what Voice of Akasha calls an alpha strike, which is just everything attacks. All at once. Get a lot of hits here. Kill off that tank. We only have two anti-airs left. That's all Voice of Akasha needs to kill all the copters. Yeah, this looks... I would be surprised if Voice of Akasha can't clear pretty much everything but the medium tank. He's going to kind of... I imagine Voice of Akasha is going to focus on killing off the anti-air, killing off the copters, and then just ruling with his own copters in the center. But yeah, it's very rough when you extend into a lightning strike. But if we look at Spoot's turn before Voice of Akasha responds, he's up by like 40k, 45k in unit value. He's up by 8 units and 2k in income. You're like, wow, that's amazing. But this is also why you don't ever look at these stats when you're in the middle of a fight. Because those numbers will fluctuate very quickly. This is even in range of the base. You can also just build an anti-air and lightning strike to kill it. Pop. Ooh, just gonna use a tank. I guess this anti-air can come back for it. And the lightning strike. So before the lightning strike, the game's looking a little bit Spoot favored, just looking at the stats. If Voice of Akasha was to just end the turn rather than lightning striking there. But that's not what's going to happen. Lightning strike is a very, very good ability. Ooh, even gets to stand on the base. Like just the copter is going to go after the copter. Okay. Even gets to interrupt the city cap. And okay. That's lightning strike for you. If you haven't seen one before, they're very good. And if we look at the end of the turn here, Voice of Akasha is still behind in income, but is ahead by like 80,000 or like 75, 76-ish, 77,000-ish in unit value, and ahead by 12 units. Looking very good. And Spoot builds a cruiser. That's a very noble GG unit, and resigns the game. Eagle, Eagle does have a negative day-to-day, and it's a brutal one. His naval units lose 30% attack. That means if he has a carrier, he can't one-shot your T-Copter, I think. But yeah, I mean, this kind of... Spoot did his best to stop the game from stalling, and even then, like even with providing these free hits to get at and like trying to deny the comm tower, the game still ended up stalling out, and then Eagle just wins. Max has a really hard time in stalling situations. All of his stuff is direct. Next we have Shadower 122 versus Sonia the Superior. Drake Copter versus Eagle Cruiser. I know the cruisers be useless. I'm surprised that Eagle doesn't get like a minus on the defense or move or something on his boats. That would actually matter. Shadower. You have minus 50% attack? I don't think so. I think it's always been minus 30. Oh, congrats. Good, Lani, good. We take those. Okay, we have Sasha versus Hawke. This is a classic matchup. Usually it kind of comes down to how good is Sasha at managing the money and also managing the charge. And Sasha will tend to be winning the game until Hawke gets his first power through, and then the game will start to even out or shift. If Sasha's really good, we have a little tank first opening here from Shadower, as well from Sonia the Superior. If Sasha's really good, then she'll let the normal power through in a situation where it doesn't really hurt, and then be able to build up like a full charge and completely deny any more powers for the rest of the game for the Hawke player. But that's very tough to do. It's a lot of control. Ich spreche ein bisschen Deutsch. Ein bisschen Deutsch. I speak a bit of German. A small bit of German. I guess that'd be like kleine bisschen, something like that. That probably doesn't work. It doesn't matter. I haven't taken German classes in a long, long time. Okay. They have like the same. They got the same vibes. We got tank, tank, recon, tank, tank, recon. Okay, so these you can kind of look at. Well, we'll see what these early tanks end up doing, but oftentimes tank first openings on these big maps are kind of unneeded because it takes so much time in order to get to the front lines, and then you're always limited by vision on the front lines, that the tanks can be delayed by like one or two turns, and you can just get more infantry out to go for captures and stuff like that. And the tanks will still be able to like hold stuff. So if we look at like this situation, you can see the tank all the way on the front lines. It sees 3 tiles. It could still be guarding these guys a turn back, so it could have been built a turn later if it was just being used defensively. And then alone offensively, this isn't enough vision to move about safely. The best time to get a T-copter, I like getting the T-copters right away. But if not, then you would do it whenever you have a spare infantry that doesn't have a job on the front lines. So you can build a T-copter for it to go do other things. I mean, I was building T-copters before, I think, when I was playing this map. I would base skip to get the airport first. Or I would go for airport before base and get a T-copter as fast as possible. So here you can see, you got the tank first buys, and they just kind of, they're staring at each other. Nothing happens. You can get yourself in a lot of trouble though. For instance, if this tank thinks it can move into this forest, it gets trapped on this road, then your tank first buy just ends up biting you in the butt as you lose your starting vehicle. Okay, SonjaTheSuperior has the T-copter built. Decided to move back here. It's a weird move. Don't know why. So, it's a weird move because you can move here to boost this infantry to here, and that's still 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 to get to this harbor. If it was to pick up this infantry to move over onto the left, then being here or here makes more sense, because then the infantry gives you some more moves. I don't know why it went right up to the base. Yeah, it's a little weird, but that's okay. It doesn't super matter. I think it's just going to go for the harbor. Save fuel. That's true. Oh, there we go. Shadower's doing the little boost over here. Anti-air built here. Something I would definitely recommend, and it looks like SonjaTheSuperior has one here, is I would like an artillery, kind of what Shadower's doing here, an artillery per front, because there's so many really nice forests. At least one artillery per front, because there's so many really nice forests that you can use on this map to lock down properties. Yeah, if we look at like these tank firsts, they didn't end up doing anything. They're there in case you got hit by a recon, basically, but they would still be able to do that job if they came a little bit slower. And that's just something that happens a lot with tank first buys. Not that tank first buys are bad. It's just something to keep in mind that is a way that you can change your game and how you're playing the game to still go for tank first, but like have another infantry on the front that your opponent doesn't. If your turn 11 attack is yeety, yes. So the way I would change this attack, I'm not quite sure what the attack's trying to do other than, I guess, just kill an infantry and then maybe hit this recon. But the way I would change this attack is to have the recon strike first so that you can at least get vision of what's going on back here and check to see if you see an anti-air. Because if you send the copter in first like you do, then if there was an anti-air, you're just gonna cry. And the anti-air goes here, and then 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So it would be 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. It would be seeable by this recon from here. So that's what I would change about this. If you were still wanting to go for the attack, it would just be recon and then copter to check for these anti-air spots. Otherwise, that's fine. I mean, it's fine to go for it. If you're investing most of your vehicles here, then it's okay. Smackety, tank gets revealed. It's just been chilling here. You have to tank for a strike. 5-7. Now we saw in the Voice of Akasha game that you can like lose a lot of tempo and lose complete map control when you get with those first tank strikes, but that's not true in fog because the fog itself serves as protection. So you can always just back up onto a city to heal and be like, yeah, it's fine. I had like a very small value negative trade here of 1,400 funds. The game doesn't kind of spiral off of that just because you have defender's advantage in fog. And there's always the information game on top of everything. But I do like this attack from Sonia the Superior. It's very smart. Basically, Shadower attacked down here and revealed 3 vehicles. And so Sonia the Superior is like, well, that means you don't have those 3 vehicles over here, using the information game to help educate, or I guess provide information on where to attack. And that would be the other side of the map. So Shadower, again, just run back to the city. It's no big deal. Telegraphs a little bit that there's an artillery in the woods. It's not a perfect... I mean, if there was an infantry here, it would be like the classic target shape. It's like, where's the artillery? It's in the middle of the target. But it's fine. Whether or not Sonia the Superior knows about the artillery, it will still do its job. It's just if you're trying to get your opponent to attack into your artillery range, you don't usually want to make it like kind of the target shape. This is more when you're like, I don't care if you know, I'm defending my stuff. Okay. Tank recon, I like it. Making sure, it's very important to make sure you have a recon on the front. Oftentimes you won't, like there's not one over here, which is kind of sad, but there's one on its way. Oftentimes I'll have like a recon on the front and then also one in transit when it dies. Do I think Sonia the Superior is too passive up here? I don't know about too passive. I think what happened was you backed off. And that kind of signals to Sonia the Superior, and pretty much to anyone. You backing off means you don't have backup over here. And so the backup's probably over here. So I'm fine with Sonia the Superior not going further. I think it would have been fine to go for this capture. I mean, this is strongly suggesting that there's an artillery here. So I totally agree that Sonia the Superior would not want to put vehicles to try and block and get the capture. Looks like it's starting to stall out a little bit. If it stalls out heavily, then Hawke can be really happy. Might be able to like attack with everything in one turn and also get the power. Ooh, we have the Neo tank come out. Only 2 copters so far. It's fine. There's kind of 2 ways that I see that you can play Sasha to leverage her money, and it's either fast tech ups, which is like we have this Neo tank pretty quick, or unit count by being able to produce out of your airport more often. So right now, Shadow Warrior is up by 2 properties, and if you want to check to see, because of course Sonia or Sasha has plus 10%, another 100 income per city, so it can be harder to tell how much properties there are just looking at the numbers. But what you want to do is just look at this ending digit here for the 100, or the beginning of the hundreds. So this is essentially saying 25 properties. 25. We'll just ignore the 7, and there's 23. The 7's coming because the 2 plus the 5. You get it. Yeah, we're gonna stick with more Neo tanks. I like it. Neo tanks are very good in fog. They're nice and quick and fast. It wouldn't be 30,800. No. If you had 38 cities, you would show 418. Yeah. That's always a sign of stall when nothing moves on the front. Okay, straight to the fighter. I do like the fighter on this map because fighters are really fast and it's a forward airport. You can see it reaches. You'll be able to threaten on the front lines in just 2 turns. And yeah, when I'm playing this map, I rush these islands much faster than these 2 have because I go for the transfer copter a lot faster. And then you can use just having a copter. Because it's so isolated, anti-airs just can't reach. Just having copters alone can win you 4 properties, while the land can kind of stall out a bit with nice artillery placements. The fighter's job is to control the right 2 islands. I like it. And yeah, fighters will be really good over here as well. Because copters have to try and defend against each other, and the fighter says, you can't hit me and I can one-shot you. Okay, we're getting close to the unit cap here, which is 50. So Sonia the Superior is like, I shall now attack. These little infantry walls. It's just infantry strikes. This is kind of how, and then the front switch behind it. This is kind of how, this is a bit of a rough start to the escalation of combat in Fog. So these infantry attack, and they get some kills, and then Shadower has to respond to these, and then there's vehicles here waiting to attack what responds. More and more gets invested until someone doesn't have enough to overcome the last person's investment. Because you saw the fighter. That wouldn't be enough to me in this matchup in particular when down 2 properties, because Sasha's just going to have more money. Oh, is it 65 on this map? It's not 50? And yes, not that Shadower moved here because it's the full 9 move, but the recon can see this because flying units do not hide in the trees. You can see Shadower responds, kills the infantry that attacked, and that leaves more units had to be invested into the front line here than before. So if when it was just infantry. So if Sonia the Superior had the answers, like this Neotank could be said if a bomber came in or something. And that would be again a further investment. Whoa. Shadower then attacks down here. I think this might be with the intention of just getting to the normal power so that there wouldn't be a Hawke power. Is what we see here. There goes all the charge. And sometimes if you mess up on your charge management, you can also have a turn where you build nothing but infantry, and then you'll have more money in the bank for the following turn to kind of yank them away from their super if they're going for it. Okay. There is an artillery here, so the comm tower will always... Oh, never mind. The comm tower can still always be stopped by these guys breaking through. Ooh. It's a very daring place to put the fighter. I think it just wants to cover all these vehicles. It's just also in range of this fighter. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. I mean, it's very unlikely, but Shadower could drill a hole and then have the fighter kill the bomber. Well, it's super unlikely. And back up over here, so Shadower is going to get some more money. A lot more money. So here we have 28. The 28, 2 plus 8 is 10. Gets carried over. We got 38. So it's 28 properties to 23. Turn 18 is a disaster. That's this turn. Neotank goes after the anti-air. Bunch of strikes over here. Oh, fighter, no fear. Looks like this is going to be the turn that Hawke gets the normal power. Really shouldn't move forward. So this little pullback that Sonia the Superior did is like super classic old god strategy or tactic. Is just to try and get you to overextend a tiny bit and it can smack into you. Bomber comes in, boom, hits the Neo tank. I know Sonia the Superior says they're not an old god, but they are, because the definition of old god is like one of the top players that played before I entered the scene. So, by definition, I'm not like an ancient god, not like Crying Eyes or like Voice of Akasha or Zeronix. The Fang. Were you a like a top player back then? You could just be old rather than old god. Ooh, Sonia the Superior. Sonia the Superior gets a nice surround on the fighter. Just old. Your 700 rating says no. Just old. So this is a very nice little surround. This is actually looking really good for Sonia the Superior down here. And just goes for the stop on here. Doesn't want to overinvest. I think that's because they saw that there wasn't that much stuff left down here and thought you probably had it invested up here, which I think you do. Yeah, there's a Neo tank here. There's the recon. All of these units are injured, so less pressure with all these captures. And then at this point, Sasha just kind of gets to be happy to have this full charge, and and should be able to utilize this full charge bar to make it so Hawke never gets another power. The fighter just gets left alone. This is the weakness to the fighter. It can be blocked in. This is definitely a little greedy. I would say it's probably better to let those units go, but I think Sonia the Superior is feeling very confident having this bomber and knowing there's a large investment up here. Okay. See the artillery, very nice. There, Neo tank. It could go in, but the bomber is of course known about. What does the fighter do? It retreats, and I agree. So a 1 health fighter, it's still pretty good. It can do a damage to a copter, it can do a damage to a bomber, but even more importantly, it is a blocker that only anti-airs and other fighters can deal with. Another fighter gets built. Okay. So this definitely worked out. This tank gets taken out. I do like this T-copter being present here, because the infantry count's what's Sonia the Superior is hurting on the most down here. Pop, pop. Ooh. And if you don't have any of those numbers on the 100s, then you know it's a multiple of 10. So it's going to be 3,000. or 30 properties. Versus 21, which is very good. Looks like SonjaTheSuperior might have overstayed the welcome over here, but we'll see. There's still a bomber. There's still a Neotank as a target. The other guys do seem to be breaking through pretty effectively. And then here we go. We have a nice draining of the funds. There was a power. It's all gone. And because, as I was saying before, with like Adder and Olaf, you have like the smaller normal charge and the larger charge for the super. The super charge here just acts as a bank that the normal charges can draw from. So if Shadowware needed to, it would be very easy to get 3 normal powers in a row. Maybe even 4. Depending on how everything went. Especially because Sasha is often very happy just using the power at the end of the turn. Stealths and missiles can also clear that blocker, and carriers. That's true. That's true. Tanks. Tank. Anti-air comes through. Has to kill the fighter. Spares a copter. Bomber goes for the smack. Tries to finish off the Neotank, but survives. Gets to see this fighter staring at the poor bomber. And at this point, I would expect Shadowware to just like slam in, because so much investment has been shown by SonjaTheSuperior here, and Shadowware does know that there's been a massive income advantage for like a huge chunk of the game. Right after the poor anti-air. City is going to fall, so 2 of these are going to fall. We have the market crash. Bleep. Ooh. A little bit of charge was left over. Way. I would say a little too calm up here, but you can also, it looks like we're just going to front switch stuff down. That's another thing you can do. Smack. Get the hit on the fighter. So many anti-airs. Now that the bomber... Oh, there's a new bomber on its way. But the Neotanks are going to have a field day. A little bit here. Shadowware should really just attack up here, though. It would force these reinforcements to divert. That tank. Anti-air retreats to heal up. I like it. There we go. Now we start attacking up here. The market crash. This is the 3rd market crash in a row. It looked like there's going to be enough for the 4th one. Okay, and you can see now this attack, it forces SonjaTheSuperior to kind of leave Or at least send like the reinforcements up here, which will then relieve pressure and let Shadower stabilize. Shadower currently has 29 properties. Versus 23. So Sonia the Superior has slowly started to get some back. Only one unit went up here. Well, that does mean that this attack is going to get even better and better. And this attack is going to get harder and harder to achieve anything because it's going to get so close to these bases in this airport, which already, if it had a fighter, would be able to use it on by. Got the market crash. That was the fourth one in a row. Do we have enough charge? We might see a market crash for a fifth turn. Can you place a B-copter above the recon to block it? Above the recon. That might have been a ways ago. Let's go. No sub build for Sasha. Oh. To stop the harbor from being captured. Ooh. Nice little breakthrough over here. Taking out the artillery is always really nice. These kinds of pushes. Okay, this Neotank might come in and finish this off. Tried. Does get the final kill there. We're back to 30 versus 22. I think it was 30 versus 21 before, so a neutral property must have been captured. There's so much money. So basically, if the game ever slows down at all, then Shadower should just overwhelm with this income lead. But as is, Shadower has been losing a lot more unit value every turn. It's just kind of maintaining that deficit through pure economy. Now, we weren't able to get a fifth turn of charge, so we should have a black wave come in here, which would be really good for Sonia the Superior. Because the fighting was about to start dying down, and taking 10% off of your opponent's, well, it's going to be more than 10%, but doing 1 damage to everything on your opponent's side is going to do a lot to help. Kablam. Bomber does go down. Sonia the Superior is getting a lot of value out of those bombers. They've been doing a good job. It gets picked off. There's only one anti-air over here, so it's going to kill a copter and then probably end up dying. Oof, a little gutsy to still be moving forward here. But it's also fine. They are injured units, and they're just trying to wall for the vehicles. I would say a higher unit cap is probably favoring Hawke, just because that means it's a bigger map, so there's more units to get hit by the global damage. Okay, we're back at 29 versus 23k, or not K, but properties. It's a huge lead for Shadower. Oh, that was a very bold Neotank attack. I think we're about to start seeing the tides be turning. Neotanks join together. We have the market crash. There's a lot of repair costs that happened. That was hurting the money on Shadower's front there. Starting to group together in the center. The wall of tanks. Yeah. Sonia the Superior is trying to keep the game moving so that the economic advantage doesn't get too great. But at this point, I think we're about to start seeing some really catastrophic turns. As the composition isn't quite there. Market crash. Another anti-air on the way. So, like, Sonia the Superior would really like to kill off these anti-airs and then have these copters kind of run amok, but I have a feeling that Shadower isn't going to let that happen. Oh, Sonia the Superior just resigns. At that point, it's the amount of damage that Sonia the Superior is doing is no longer more or equal to what Shadower is making. If we look at the losses, it should be pretty drastic. Yeah, Shadower won this game. It took like 70,000 more in value. Yeah, Mission Sneaky sneaks in the bottom. On Remnants Betwixt. Well, Shadower, I think you had a really good opening, and then I think you like overextended once too many, but the amount of econ you managed to get from your kind of opening plays was enough to stabilize you. I don't think you played poorly. The fighter, yeah, it was the fighter dive that kind of created that whole chain of fights, bringing you almost down to the bases. So I don't know who this Kindle player is. It's I assume a Chinese player. That's why the question marks. It's characters that the program can't read. Zoo versus Northern Arrow. Okay. We got Drake versus Kindle. This is another pretty classic matchup that you'll see a lot in Fog. Usually, I would say it favors Drake. Kindle can definitely win it, but if the game gets slow, then Drake, with just having global damage, is going to be way too much for Kindle to kind of keep up with. And we have actually an aggressive opening from Drake, which is pretty rare when you've got Drake versus Kindle, because usually Kindle's going to be the one who wants to be really aggressive and Drake wants to just kind of survive. So double recon is a very aggressive opening, but it's not being used very aggressively here. Kind of being a recon per side. The aggressive way to do double recon is both recons go to the same side, because then they can leapfrog each other with vision and get find a lot of targets and kill off. And you also have 2 recons, so if there's like a guy in a city, you go recon strike, and the guy's gone, and that means the vision of the recons is gone. And if there was like a tank here, it doesn't see these tiles, so it would be able to cover and hit these recons in revenge, but it can't see them. Get away with kills with no punish, just due to how fog works. But anyway, if you want to be really aggressive with recons, you usually want to keep them together. Having them spread apart, I don't think matters too much, especially like this. It's kind of being used defensively, which is not the recon's role, and I would prefer to either have like a transport built earlier to go for these captures, or just have more infantry on the front lines rather than... And you can bring them later. This is an incredibly lucky recon. This is why you go vision first. If the recon had spotted it. Oh, I see though. I see what happened. So what happened was the northern arrow wanted to check to see if this comm tower is being captured, because they're capturing this comm tower. So they send the tank forward to spot the comm tower, and if it was being captured, the recon would go in and hit it. And just fortunately for Raszmac, that's the opposite order that was needed to spot this recon and smack it with a tank from the city and kill it in one hit. So that could have been really bad. But a little bit of a luck situation. Raszmac. Okay. Well, he did see this was the tank was the vision in this case. Smack. Still looking pretty good for our Kindle player. Now you have to do quite a bit as Kindle to kind of set yourself up to win against Drake. I like this. This is almost the kind of composition or not composition, but positioning that you would see with an artillery, but it also works with a mech. Okay, the artillery moving forward for our Kindle player. Raszmac's getting some nice vengeance, picking off some infantry as well. That's a very daring attack. Is that covered? It's not even covered by the copter. It's a daring attack because this is Kindle, and so the infantry can step off of the city, and then like a tank or in this case a copter can get a really good strike. But again, this is Fog of War. This is not standard, so this kind of attack won't snowball like it could be. Could in other modes. Well, I mean, if the tank went back to heal. In this case, it came down here to help with this attack, and this looks very sketchy to me because there's like a lot of guys waiting to attack. There's already like a crescent formation around this city, so I wouldn't really want to dive into that. We'll see how it goes. Black Belt is pretty good on this map, yeah. Very nice drop off. So is Lander. 2, 3, 4, 5. Oh, from here. Right through here. Copter. Copter, very painful. That's why I wouldn't want to have dived in there. Okay. Got a nice mech strike. Tank finishes it. Stop the comm tower. We have a copter strike. There's an urban blight that's going to be coming in soon. Look, Raszmac's a little too aggressive on these captures. Like, these are not very easy to cover, especially when the army's like right there. Wow, a missile buy. Was it Northern Arrow? Is who Raszmac is playing against. Their strike from the very good use of Kindle's day to day. Mech do have this artillery shot. Looking very painful, but we do. Raszmac is playing as Drake, so global damage is about to show why it's so good. Up. Checking the vision and then being like, okay, it's fine. Is this... Well, Drake doesn't take the damage and gets to ignore the muddy plains. Still has reduced vision in the rain. So it's good to check to make sure you don't lose yourself. Pop. Another mech in. Nice and cost effective. Look at all the movement that missile got. Missile followed immediately by rockets. Okay. We have the Urban Blight in response. Oh, really nice placement. On the front lines here from Raszmac, none of them got hit. The poor part about the placement, this was a little unavoidable, is that there are cities next to tanks or properties that can be used. But a lot of that can be unavoidable. Ooh, this tank got away with it, though. Okay, scoots forward. One full health one that could potentially go for the comm tower capture. Ooh, a nice breakthrough to hit that artillery. Cover the comm tower capture. So things are looking pretty decent down here. Up here it looks like it's just kind of stalling, which is good for Drake. A full stalling army just gets absolutely decimated by global powers, or by global damage powers. Did the mech run back? Oh, I don't know if that happened. I don't know. Mechs aren't cowards. They'd never run. Was it this one? If so, I do not know. I would back up. That's okay. Ooh, got the kill. Tank backs up. Recon missile making its way. Why mech advanced to the rear? Oh, it's still backing up. I guess it's gonna escort the missile. Northern Arrow does get one more capture here. It starts going for more of these somewhat contested properties. 3 of them, actually. Raszmac stops that one. Stops that one. And you can see it's somewhat painful to do this against Kindle because it does leave, unless you can block the city off effectively, it does leave this vulnerable to then hit the and one does go through, so a little bit more economic edge for Northern Arrow. Let's kill off the recon, got the smack on this tank. Just out of range of the missiles. A medium tank on the way. We have the base skip. Or they get it. Or I actually don't know why the base skip is necessary there. Not great. There's the copter. There's the recon. Rocket moves forward. Gotta keep it safe. Absolutely nothing defending up here. Well, there's 2 infantry. I'm sorry that your dog was messing with stuff. Yes, we have a missile. It hasn't fired yet, but it's ready. Okay. I think those up 3k. Ooh, rocket has fired. Kill a tank. Hit the super. Kablam. Some nice damage. Missile has left its woods. It's covering the copter against opposing copters. Alright, Kindle is attacking in here. There isn't any anti-air with this army. It's just the missile. I would definitely have an anti-air, just in case. I mean, the missile's not covering everything, so it does get to kill this. Copter gets to hit the copter. Missile gets a kill. Rocket gets a kill. Indirects getting their value. Mechs ends up defending. Very nice. 1 health copter gets the kill. Ooh. Raszmac cleaning up over here. There's a lot of units that have been invested in the top for Northern Arrow. We have our black boat transporting mechs. Nice. Urban Blight. Raszmac's been doing a good job of not taking too much damage off of Urban Blight. But of course, there's always going to be strikes that will make Raszmac rather sad. Wow. 8. That's a big smack for having no special boost to it. Okay. Still a fair bit invested up here, but the chunk is starting to front switch down here. Missile backs up. Out of range of the rocket. He's making a little death ball. Okay. Does look like this comm tower should fall to the Northern Arrow soon. Oh, that's a big mistake. So I would advise to never ever build a stealth against Drake. Drake is just going to have a really easy time killing your stealth in a very cost-effective way. It'll be like, ABC gets sniped, power gets used, stealth just crashes. The comm tower is locked by the rocket. Oh, okay. There we go. But it's the Drake bomber. It is even possible for you to build a stealth and then Drake ends up using a power, draining its fuel, and it crashes before ever seeing a Drake unit. just get to be sad. Very weird to me that it's joining the fight over here. It's a huge investment. There's one infantry holding the line. Fighting down here, out of missile range currently. Another Urban Blight popped. Raszmac's still doing a really good job of avoiding taking damage from that. But now the loose defense up here is looking a little rough. Oh, the stealth has now revealed itself. She's on the way. Stealth is at 40 fuel. So if Raszmac uses the power next turn, then this will be knocked down to 20 fuel. And then the turn will start. And it will go down to 12 fuel. So if this APC gets killed, the stealth might just die. We'll see. I don't see a very easy way for this APC other than the bomber. Typhoon stops the captures. Pop that tank. Pop that okay. APC being alive is a big deal. Does mean that the stealth won't just die this turn. Or on the following turn. You can see it's down to 12. You check the replay. Recant does take it like that. Okay. I was a little worried. It's possible that they could overlook it and have the APC just go do its own thing, and then the stealth would die. You gotta remember, the stealth drains 8 fuel at the start of every turn, and then it also drains 1 fuel for every tile move. So it very quickly runs out. Okay, it's in range of the bait of the airport, so I think the stealth is about to do more. Not through drain, but just through fighter. Ooh, it lived at 1. Now, a 1 health stealth is nice attack over here. It's like a really good blocker / scout for your APC. Suddenly you don't really care about it. Just barely keep it around. And it has 4 vision range. It's invisible. No comm tower, how that do it. It's 8 fuel when stealth. It's 5. Or no, it's 3 normally and 5 more for being stealth, I think. Or maybe it's 5 normally and 3 more for being stealth. It's one of those two. Stealth is now trapped. Bomber gets smacked. Alright, 28k to 22k. So looking pretty good. The Kindle player when it comes to economy. Stealth. Anti-air. Ooh, the missile will get to fire again. The very exhausted copter. Missile and rocket. Moving this army to victory. Urban Blight, hit the copter. So a lot of properties falling to Northern Arrow here. Up 8k. Builds another stealth. there. Oh, the ABC survives. At 1 health. Raszmac is like, I am going to protect the city. You can have that one. This one I will lock with my... Oh no. The Kindle players... The artillery threat back. It comes in. You have an urban blight. Guess it stops this capture. I have not been impressed with. I mean, some of them had some good hits from properties. Smack. Cop tower. It was hard fought for. Gets captured after the attacks. Those attacks, but that's okay. Copper attacks tank. Recon. There goes the anti-air. That lets us get the super, which then stops, interrupts these captures. Also messes with the visions. The artillery can't actually see this artillery. Very nice. Huge number of Drake copters on the way over here. You see a legend right there. The top is going, it's going fairly bad, yeah. Well, one could say that. Gives up going for the capture. I mean, it looks like you're going to be able to save those. Nice. Stealth do anything? Does that stealth move? That 20 fuel. Back up full. It just sits there. Oh, okay. It's scared of the fighter. The cap limit, it should be about when one person has double the economy as the other if every city's captured. So I imagine it's like 37, 36, something like that. $50? It can't be 50. 37. Okay. Well, it's a range of 66% to 75%. Yeah, the unit cap. Unit cap is 50. There's still an uncaptured property. 77. Well, you guys must have raised it. That's not what I advise. 70% rounded up is a bit much. I like the 66%. 2/3. But yeah, I mean, it varies per map. It's only really that much of a danger when it's too low. If it's too low that just owning like 55% of the map wins the game, then it's a problem. I'm not a huge fan of too high because I think that can lead to some more stally things, stally games, but nice attack in here with Raszmac with the mighty Drake squadrons. If it's so high, yeah. Well, I don't think it should be too high. I think it's, in my view, it's a very valid win condition. Because, like, HQ capture is controlling a specific point on the map, but then the capture victory, where you're owning most of the vast majority of the properties, is the map control victory, and then those two kind of balance with each other to make it so things don't get too hyper focused or too stally. That's how some of the, well, I know the map committee and also players are torn on it. Some players are like, it only exists not as like a real win condition, but just so you don't have to, just for when people don't leave the game, I guess. I think those people are wrong. I mean, it's a valid win condition in the cartridge games. In the cartridge games, though, it's a little broken because it's like 50%. That's way too low. Okay, so Kindle has a little push coming in here. It looks very vulnerable. In fact, I think Raszmac can kind of tear this apart. Get a nice copter first strike. Stealth, I don't think has attacked anything. It's just a very expensive target. Ooh, the fighter didn't even have to go in. The anti-air got in. Okay. 8 health stealth on the city. Gets to kill that recon. Nice. Has now done something. Okay, you see the APC is very much tied to this stealth, and that's just part of the reality of trying to fight Drake with the stealth. It's really not a good idea. Double fighters over here. Hiding out for some reason. There's a 7k lead here for Kindle, which is a lot. But, I mean, the Drake Super does do a lot more than the Kindle powers do. The unit count will soon be used. Oh, it looks like we're super stalling here. The unit count will get used against you when dealing with global damage. It just wipes so much value off the face of the planet. We have a lander built over there. The fighters repairing on the airport. Oh, had a little attack go in. We're getting close to the unit. We had another stealth get built. There's still only one APC. We have double missiles for Raszmac. We have a mega tank for Raszmac. Raszmac is ready to fight. Pretty much at unit cap, which means that either units will have to be deleted and replaced with other units, or just the banks are going to start building up. A mega tank with 22k income, yeah. Oh, there goes the recon. Oh. Army gets spotted. Kindle goes for the capture, goes for the urban blight. I think high society is something that Kindle should really be considering at this point. You've got these large armies and you'd like to one-shot things. 3 stealths? So I really advise against stealths against Drake. That's a good way to just lose. They're very pricey. It's the Typhoon. Stealth is down to 6. Can always join them together. 20, 22. There's still this APC. If this APC wasn't here, both of these stealths would be dead. Center City's still uncaptured. Yeah. That is impressive. APC is down to 16 fuel. It'll be very sad if it runs out of fuel. Oh, what? I guess this one can go over and move next to the APC. Then it's fine as long as the APC doesn't die. It should have moved over here first. Attacking. Stealth is just gonna get killed. Oh. The stealth, okay, it has 9 fuel. So it's just enough to try and survive a turn, but it's gonna get hit by a fighter. Has serious vision problems going on over here. Mega Tank's going to have a Neo Tank to go after. This is going to be a very nice turn for Raszmac. And the income, well, if you look at it, 7k a turn means that it's over 4 turns of this income advantage per stealth. So very expensive investments to equalize it. Back. Rocket gets taken out. Copter gets taken out. Anti-air gone. Kill off that anti-air. Beat up this artillery. Another mega tank. Kill off the recon. Kill off the neo tank. Kill off the anti-air. That bomber's still alive. Infantry reveal the other rocket. There goes one stealth. There goes the other stealth. Smack the tanks. Fuel the lander. Drop off another mega tank. This missile's still kicking. That was definitely a big turn. This stealth did not stealth. What? Well, now we have the high society. Okay. Blam, blam. Fighter hits fighter. Tank goes after a 2 health infantry. Might be a little too... What is that APC doing? Did I think it had like an infantry it was going to drop off there to go for the HQ cap or something? This is looking super GG. Army has taken too much damage. 43. This is going to go... This poor stealth. I don't know how Raszmac does it. It's impressive. Consistency is unreal. The tanks doing their thing. Down goes that tank. Fighter just slides over. That fighter. We got the Typhoon. Down to 22 fuel. APC's gone. There's no other APC on the way. I mean, there's 2 fighters here. The stealth is just dead. It's going to do nothing. I'm telling you, don't build a stealth against Drake. fighters aren't even needed. They can just kill them off without them. Yeah, there's no day limit on it. That's probably what happened, Raszmac, yeah. Overconfidence is a slow and insidious killer, and Kindle resigns. 6 supers. Oh, Raszmac, you lost so much less, but that's all in those last couple of turns. You're like 200k. That's global damage though. It hits everything. 81,000 lost in stealth. $153,000 in copters. Huge dumps of money. GG. All right, there's one last game in the backlog, and we have just enough time to do it. This is Rip versus Wubba Lubba 98. What's this map again? Rip. Not Jade Zone. Slice. Wubba Lubba. Yellow Comet. Sami versus Eagle in Fog. Now, Eagle's harder to play in Fog, but Sami's way harder. I have heard on this map Sami might be tier 2. I'm ready to be impressed. Let's see, both players really should go for a fast transport copter. Wubba Lubba is not going for a fast transport copter, and I feel disappointed. Slow transport copter. Rip. Fast T-copter. I like to see it. Okay, we have a fast artillery from Wubba Lubba. I'm liking Rip's opening so far. Just T-copter, lots of infantry. Just get the captures. I mean, it's so hard to put the pressure on this map for sure. We're going to see another T-copter. Thank you, Rip. Look at this. Rip doing the right thing. No offense, Wubba Lubba. I'm sure your strat here is quite nice. I think we're going to break the pipe seam really quickly. Look at how much Sami's just everywhere. The transport copters are great. Another one. I love to see it. Look at that. Mechs hopping into the T-copters. It's as it should be. As it should be. Yeah, there's still no vehicles leaving this area. Okay, next turn. Oh, there was no comm tower, so this is going to take another shot from something. Next turn, Eagle will finally be out on the map, potentially harassing these infantry. You can see Eagle going for either a T-copter opening to try and do some more captures as well, or like lots of recons to attack Sami would be a good idea. Goes for this comm tower very quickly. Gonna lose this city. It always hurts. It hurts so much when one of your early captures gets taken from you. It's a huge hit. You have so little money, and it's a 2k swing when you're at 13k. You don't go down to 11k. It's just you lose 1k and they gain 1k. So as you can see, the end of Rip's turn, it's 20k to 12. Now, Eagle is going to be able to get quite a few captures here. And does also get the kill up here, which is nice. There's only 20k to 16 at the end of Eagle's turn. That's still a lot, though. Rip is way ahead. Oh my gosh. At the end of Wubba Lubba's turn, Rip is ahead in every single metric. Ever charge? Even in charge. Well done. Well done. By a tiny bit. So even though Rip has taken more damage, has more units, more unit value, and more income at the end of Eagle's turn. That's very good. Keeping in mind you should be ahead in every metric except for maybe charge and for an even game. Ooh, I like this little setup that Rip does. T-copter blocking for the mech, and then the mech can protect both of these. Okay, so it looks like Rip overextended up here. I probably shouldn't have gone for this city. That's okay. Both players did the same overextension. Okay, there's nothing but infantry over here for Wubba Lubba, which doesn't usually end well. I like how much Rip's delayed these comm towers. It lets Rip get even more money, because instead of capturing the comm towers, capturing properties. So on top of like transport copters and everything, and harassment, laying the comm towers as much as possible. It's helped a lot. So much money. Now I do agree that Wubba Lubba has to get something done, and so attacking in here is good. I have a feeling that Rip is not going to let that capture go. There's some more mechs. Love to see it. Some artillery is also very welcome. I think we're going to let that capture go as well. So far ahead. Now, really far ahead, but this is Eagle. And as we saw in the Voice of Akasha versus Spoot game, Eagle can just kind of win the game in a single turn. It's harder in Fog, but it's still very doable. Recon strike, infantry strike, a nice sacrifice. Breakthrough, kill off every single forward infantry, except the one that was just dropped off. Looks like this city is also going to fall. Okay. So Wubba Lubba getting a little bit closer in this income gap, but it's still drastically Rip's favor. The one thing I would say is I think Rip should, with all this money, should definitely build a black boat out of here. Maybe one or two. It's going to be really good at blocking these shoals and also refueling the transport copters and transporting stuff as well. Rip's about to be really happy as these mechs are going to get the value as they were hiding out in these woods. Yeah, the black boat would be really good. Look at like, single tile, single tile, single tile, double tile. It also makes Sami, if you don't have to, but it's like if you needed to use it to go for these cities, it'd be really good. You can do it for here. block a tile, and then they have to knock you down to 2. Because if they knock you to 3, you can repair and then get the capture. Okay. Bam. Kabam. Now goes the recon. Hit the anti-air. Kill off the anti-air. This is looking really good for Rip down here. We do have the lightning strike on its way, which can always be scary. We have a battleship built. I would not build a battleship. It's very pricey for one, but more importantly, against Eagle, a battleship it's kind of just a liability. But we have a different B boat later, or a different boat now. Yeah. The problem is against Eagle, artillery can just kill your battleship because they can just move up in a lightning strike and blam blam to artillery, or a bomber can always reach it. It's really hard to defend. But, I mean, you are kind of winning by a lot, so it's probably fine. You're assuming he'll have a hard time affording one. Yeah, I would be more worried about artillery, because artillery are good for Eagle, and they're good for this map. And there's forests they can hide out on. Sad, but here we go. We got Victory March. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. If the black, or not the black boat, if the battleship could reach the HQ, then I would be more on board for it. Smack, smack. Take the city. Take out the tank. Take out the tank? No, just take the city. This guy can go after the tank. Doesn't get the kill. I don't know if there was a way to get the kill. Doesn't look like it. Okay, we got 28k to 20k. And a huge army approaching down here with absolutely no answer. Wubba Lubba down to 20 units. Be a very sad lightning strike, but I mean the anti-air definitely gets some good targets. This will be a very sad lightning strike over here. Is there... Oh, we have the Drake, or not the Drake. We have the Eagle battleship. Lightning strike, battleship, go! Yes, 7 damage. I thought that was going to be Resign. Oh. Dang. Backs up. Surprised Sami backs up over here. I mean, I feel like that city is kind of just begging to be taken. Wubba Lubba does that resigns. GG. That was very well done. Sami buying the bomber. He didn't even see yours and is already copying. Yeah. I would say for Eagle, especially if you're fighting Sami, you want those recons. You want those recon aggressive openers. This is just way too slow to go for the pipe sync break right at the start. Either that or go for the transport copter stuff, like Rip was doing. Very well done. No, that does not convince me. It would take more than one game. I've seen Grim destroy Von Bolt. That does not convince me that Grim is better than Von Bolt. You've been greatly enjoying your recent Tier 2 Sami games on the map? Well, that's good. You know what? I got through the backlog again. So we can show a Go7. Why are these grayed out? I don't know. Okay. It's just glitchy. There's the other Incuggarch game, I guess. The problem is that map... Well, actually, I don't know. It's a different map. I hate this map so much. I'm not schooling as much. I've graduated. I'm taking a year to work in schools, in high schools, and then I go back for the masters. So I have, I got time to chill. I don't have to deal with homework anymore. It's nice. Sure, we can cover this one. You blame me? Incuggarch, what are you doing? Yellow Comet. Okay, so I don't like this map. Let me drink some water. So I'm a very firm believer that a good fog map requires that you can front shift, because in standard you can get away with these like separated fronts because you always know what each person is kind of committing to what side, and that's just not true in fog due to not being able to see everything. So even though you have these peeping Tom infantry trying to watch what you build, it's not really enough to know in the same way you do in standard what gets sent where. So every map where you have your fronts isolated like this, I absolutely despise it. It just comes down to essentially guessing, educated guessing, but still guessing as to what you should send and where. And you can be good at it. I mean, I'm not bad at it, but I think it's a bad way to play fog. And I don't have fun with it. Incuggarch, did you also hate this map? I hate this map so much. I like its design. I like its name. I think it looks fine. I absolutely hate this split front nonsense. The one thing I'll say I do like about the map is this setup, because I really don't like pre-deployed vision in fog. But this, I think, was the first time I saw pre-deployed vision being used in a way I kind of appreciated. This is a very forward airport, which is very powerful because it means you get to build your units closer to the front and they show up there earlier. But your opponent has vision over it with a pre-deployed black boat. And I was like, oh, that's a nice balance. Now the pre-deployed vision isn't just kind of something that's there. It's actually balancing something about the map. In this case, the fact that the airport's a forward airport. And it's kind of similar to Lost and Found's Frozen Fear, the first map in Smacky Cup, where there is that pre-deployed recon and it's seeing two bases, but it's seeing two bases that are fighting one base. So the pre-deployed vision is being used to balance out some other part of the map. The fact that it's two bases in the airport versus one base. So I like when this pre-deployed vision is essentially more used, I guess, as a form of defense, I guess. Instead of when it's being used to see at what's being built from these bases, it's used offensively. It's like I can send recons over here because I know guaranteed that you don't have anything that can stop it. And then that like shreds away at the defender's advantage in fog, which is a huge part of the mode. It's fine, and just ranting, it's fine. Okay. So here I went Sami. Why did I go Sami? Because this is tier 4 and the labs are super exposed, I believe. So you can win just by getting a victory march and just capturing both of these labs on the same turn on both fronts. I do believe that's why. Yeah, Sonia can see two bases. Seeing the bases, I think, is usually a bad. Seeing the bases when it's like a neutral setup like this, I think is bad. I think it detracts from the experience, but in the Frozen Fear example, that's well done. So it was a long time since we played this game. Oh, this game is a defining feature for me, though. This is going to be the first game that I ever use the move planner. We have only ever played Sami Mirrors, but that was not on purpose. We've only played 2 games in League, at least, and they were both Sami Mirrors. Okay. I imagine our openings are pretty similar here. Over the airport quick. Of course, Sami just walking back and forth and trying to check for the airport. I do believe. Incuggarch took a different path. It doesn't really matter. So I'll let you know when I use the move planner for the very first time. And it's fog too. I do have Salter's enhancement. Well, what I care about is this. I don't care about the base. He's just building infantry. It doesn't matter. I want to know, is he getting a T-copter? Now, Incuggarch isn't really getting much information here, but yeah. So what does this tell Incuggarch? He's seeing either I built a vehicle here or I built a T-copter. I see the T-copter. I know there's no vehicles. Incuggarch is currently guessing. He's like, there's either a T-copter or there's a vehicle. I'm like, there's a T-copter. There's no vehicles. Then an APC on this side. And then I'm like, okay, the T-copter got built. Is he going to follow that up on this side with a supporting vehicle? No. This is essentially just trying to be standard. It's not great. We boost in. Here, the plan. Incuggarch going for this artillery actually makes me really sad. Because the plan is for me to hop in here and go for this city. Now I know that he has a vehicle over here. I'm just hoping that it's a tank. I can check. I'm like, aha, there's a tank here. I'm like, hopefully that means this one was a tank. Alas, no such luck. Incuggarch's artillery shows up, ready to ruin my dreams. I of course can't see it. Okay, I go in for this tank strike. I see his tank. I know how far away it is. Capture. Go for a little boost. Woohoo! Does that boost matter? No, that's just me being fancy. Look at that. Could have walked there. I boosted there. Can Incuggarch see that? No, that's just for me. I don't think this is a roll because you start with a comm tower. I could be wrong. Oh, I got trapped. Ah, oh, unfortunate. Knocked down to 3. I'm sad. Tank be coming on up. I should really pick this guy up, but I'm like, you know what? I'm gonna force this artillery to stay here one more turn, and that means it'll be slower at moving into the center. The real skill issue is, I think, wait, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. The real skill issue is I didn't move this guy over here until after I got trapped. If I had moved him earlier, I would have just denied the city. We make our little wall. We have artillery guarding our tank. This is twofold reason. I was like, he might have the T-copter trying to go for the same thing, so I want to stop it from going through here, as well as just taking the city. I know, the poor infantry. He didn't deserve that. Bam. No mercy. Incuggarch attacks. Artillery says hi. Incuggarch attacks my APC. Attacks my infantry. Attacks my infantry. Incuggarch can't just let me live. Have my stuff as is. So part of this map is that you'll note that I'm always moving my air units up and around like this. The Incuggarch can't see them go like this. Part of this map is that it takes a while for anti-air to make it to the front. So if a copter can sneak on over, then it can usually get quite a bit done. I joined together so we can't break this side of the wall very effectively. And we make our new wall again. So I'm going to make a mistake soon. That is part of this era of Go7 play. And it's going to involve this T-copter. You're so mad at yourself when you saw that artillery. It's the classic move. It stops my capture on his city. Builds a battle copter in range of my black boat. That tells me there's no anti-air. Like, there's no way he'd want to do that if he could avoid it. Back away from my wall. Success. I've got my 1k advantage currently. Okay. Probably shouldn't be pushing this issue too much because this guy actually covers over here. Although I can use my copter to get in the way. I don't remember what I end up doing with this. This is the mistake. Yeah, I go over here to yeah, go. Okay. So this is just an era of Go7 who's like, T-copters make decent blockers. No, they do not. Not like this. This T-copter should be going back and picking up more infantry. It should not be moving forward. But this is just what I did back then. Overconfidence in my T-copters. It results in them dying. Okay, so I'm going for another city over here. Incuggarch's like, no. Stop. Very rude. And I think both of us just kind of ignore each other's labs. We're like, yeah, you know, I'm looking at it. I could maybe try and go for it, or I can just wait till the victory march and take it. I'm telling you, T-copters, they're no APCs when it comes to blocking. Remember, these are Sami infantry. They pack a punch. Probably, I don't remember if I felt okay with this attack or not. I think I was like, it's probably a bit much. Yeah, this anti-air is way too late. If I was to play this map again, which I'm glad I'm not, I would have an anti-air on per front way earlier. We retreat. We take our 2k lead. Try and press the issue here. So this is the classic, like, sure, I've moved stuff into your artillery range. I'll bring my own artillery. You're now like, if you shoot into my tanks, then my artillery shoots you. If you shoot my artillery, then my tanks get you. That kind of thing. Incuggarch is setting up his own little wall and artillery with all the infantry. Picks off that infantry. Kills that tank. What a roll. Who said Sami had weaker vehicles? Oh, this is me also trying to I make the same mistake. The same mistake that Incuggarch does. So here I'm trying to bluff that I have an anti-air because I saw the copter and just kept attacking in. But then I built a copter over here in vision range of his black boat. So he's probably like, well, you wouldn't do that if you had an anti-air over here. So I kind of undermine my own bluff, or I make my bluff worse than it could be. There's also the fact that it's also kind of putting Incuggarch in a spicy situation over here if the battlecopter runs. Almost kind of forced to commit to try and just not die, lose the front. It's okay. We get to back off. Everyone gets to back off. It's fine. We chill. I have a slight... No, we're about even in unit count, but I'm ahead in unit value. I'm ahead in income, thanks to some city. Two here. Oh, I own these. I own this one. Aha. Incuggarch's transport copter is still around. And then Incuggarch dives in here, which I was very surprised by. But that's probably due to the fact that like I have a lot shown to be over here. Yeah, I'm fine with going in here. I'm in artillery range though, which is a little sad. And it does mean that Incuggarch can go for this city, but you can see me trying to be so coy, being like, you know, we're fighting here, yeah, but this guy's in range to go for the lab, and the victory march is almost here. Yeah, you know, I'll just check. I'm just checking. There's there's nothing wrong with looking at the lab. You know, I might want to come in here. No. Incuggarch. I think he kills this guy. I don't remember. Maybe not. Incuggarch playing with fire. Oh, no. Incuggarch just waits here on the lab. Okay. So now we're even in income. But I go victory march. Take a little look-see. This is how you can tell I was the top fog player at the time, because I use my power and then go for the vision, as one should. I think Incuggarch gets like I get like a really unlucky roll at some point here. Yeah. No, this wasn't a roll. I think that might be a roll. At some point I'm gonna like attack something and it's gonna live at 1. Yeah, there we go. So sad. It's not super unlucky. It's only a 33% chance. I thought this was an injured tank at the time. I was like, what? Yeah, that's not that one's not. That was a roll and that was sad. It's not super unlucky. Take that city. Sami tax, I know. One, 2, 3, 4. I can't reach that city. Wow, the recon's too powerful. I can't get to it. I can't get that city. Oh, that's right. Yeah, I can kill the recon, but the infantry's in the way. Okay. It's still a pretty good attack over here, and it's very nice stabilizing move over here. Getting the victory march first is nice in the Sami mirror, especially when the armies are so close together, because you do get to kill off a lot of the opposing Sami's infantry. And then also, because I have a defense boost, my infantry aren't quite so easy to just one-shot. Does not take the city, attacks my infantry. There goes the copter. I think that's something that doesn't happen if I get that kill, because I can... Oh, that's right. That's right. It's on the comm tower. Yes, if I killed the tank, I would then get to take the comm tower. That is why I was so sad about it. So it looks like Incuggarch didn't... I feel like Incuggarch should not have used Victory March, because not a single city got taken, and only a few infantry strikes happened. Take out the recon, trying to hamper the vision, go for a neo tank to be able to fall back to. Kill off a Sami infantry. Over here, I'm just trying to also stabilize myself. Blackboat's been repairing that infantry. It's at 4 health, a very key and important health total for sacrificing. Okay. I'm a little overextended over here, just a tiny bit. Incuggarch, no mercy, goes for my lab. That's the really exposed lab that doesn't matter. As you can see, this is his here. It's like right in the middle. This is the lab that really matters. And this is the one that really matters for him. So he's cleaning up on this front pretty nicely. Has an RD trap that constantly hunts the other infantry. Take out said infantry. Because they can't really get away from the vehicles. Copter finds its safe spot. Okay. Copter survives. I do let this city go. I don't know if I could have actually stopped it. I get my nice copter dominance going on over here, and have a medium tank following this up. But so does Incuggarch. I was surprised that this was really weird to me that Incuggarch dove in here to get that recon kill, because I'd already fallen so far back over here that usually that means you should fall back over here, so I don't like have my army smack into you. Incuggarch had no fear over the matter. Sadly, it takes a 7 health Sami infantry to capture a city in 2 turns. And my attack over here, while it was definitely an overextension, as you can see, it killed almost every single Sami infantry. So, while Incuggarch has complete dominance of this area, there's only 1 injured Sami infantry to go for captures. Yeah, and this is something you gotta be careful with your artillery placement. So the artillery was placed here in order to defend these units, but then my attack force is just so strong that the artillery can't actually defend, it just has to run away. Because if it fired, I would just take it out. No one's sinking the B-boat. No. Who's got time for that? It gives charge and everything. Chuck Norris once picked an apple off an orange tree and made lemonade with it. Whoa. So I'll go back and take these. Repair my copter. Neo tank says hi. Tank comes in to stop the capture. I'm definitely threatening that I have more than I do over here. I mean, I have a Neo tank. Infantry are on their way. I probably shouldn't have stopped that capture, but that's okay. I get that capture, going for the lab again, going for that city again. I have my nice anti-air strike. I think I try and defend this. Oh, yeah, the artillery's here to try and stop things from hitting from the woods. Yeah, the Neo tank is fairly unanswered, thanks to having information about that. And the medium tank in, take out the infantry. This is, of course, Sami we're dealing with. Can't kill. But then the 1 helicopter gets another kill. And this turn right here was the move planner turn for that attack and setting up this wall. That was the first time I ever used the move planner. holds, and Incuggarch resigns. GG. I know. I mean, I made it to rank 1, never touching the move planner. I didn't even know the move planner existed, and I made it to top in fog. I know, uses move planner once, instantly wins. That's how it goes. But yeah, I do not like this map. And the reason I don't like this map, for 2 reasons. I don't like the free-to-play vision, and I don't like that the fronts are so split. Humble brag indeed. But Incuggarch can always brag that he's the one that made me use the I mean, that's a good brag. Sorry, everyone. Nobody makes you move by your own turns. This is on someone else's YouTube channel. I submitted one of my replays to them, but this is before. This is fun fact. This is when I was originally climbing the ladder in that month when I was learning the game. I was an Andy main, because this is before they told you the tier of the match that you were in. You just had a ban list. You had no idea the strength of the COs if you had no experience with the game. So I was like, you know what? Andy seems cool. I'll just always play Andy. So my first game ever was Andy versus Eagle, which I won. Well, my first game in League ever, I should say. And I was also not the Penguins to begin. I was Brown Desert. I was a Brown Desert player before the Penguins found me. But this is covered in someone else's YouTube channel. I mean, I might cover it myself in the future. You can see how fast I am. Look at this. It only took a day. Only took a day. Only took a day. Back in the golden years of Go7 where everything happens so fast. But I think we'll call the stream there. It's over 4 hours. Oh, you'll love my play in that game. That was, I think, 1200. Apple. I hope everyone enjoyed. There is a Patreon if you would like to help support the stream, and hope everyone has a good time. I'll be back tomorrow with Reboot Camp, and there'll be one more replay stream. I got through all of the replays again, so you'll have to send in more. Thanks for watching, everyone.
It's Go7, king of the penguins. Of all the penguins, he is king. It's Go7, king of the penguins. Being king of the penguins, that's his thing.